Good evening and welcome commissioners, participants, and interested parties to the August 24th, 2023 meeting of the Cohasset Conservation Committee. I'm Tom Bell, Chair of the Cohasset Conservation Commission, and I'll be running tonight's meeting as we implement the Massachusetts and Cohasset Wetlands Protection Acts and the Cohasset Stormwater Management Regulations. We'll be operating this meeting using the Zoom platform. At the start of each hearing, we will elevate applicants to participate. Members of the public wishing to comment shall write their names and addresses along with the comments in the chat box to be read into the record. If you do not include your name and address, you will not be recognized. Present this evening on behalf of the Conservation Commission are our Conservation Administrator Angela Giso and the Town Conservation Agent Charlotte Bechtel. I'll now take a roll call of the commissioners, conservation commissioners. Please respond by repeating your name and saying present. Will Ashton? No, Will Ashton's not here. He's yet to arrive. Okay, Eric Eisenhower?
Eric Eisenhower here.
Kathy Berrigan?
Kathy Berrigan, present.
Chris McFarland?
Chris McFarland, present.
Tom Bell, present. Does not look like we have our two associate commissioners yet. As if they do arrive, I will interrupt and get them to also acknowledge their attendance. So tonight we have a quorum of, what do we got? 4 people, right?
Yep.
And we'll be taking a vote, all votes by roll call vote, with each commissioner answering yay, nay, or abstain. There we go. We have our Associate Commissioner, Val Romano. We did. Turn your microphone on, Val.
Sorry about that. My apologies for being late. I was cooking for my mother-in-law, and it's tough to cut that short.
Okay, so I'm gonna.
That was great.
I'm gonna call your name, and you're going to respond back with your name and that you're present. So Val Romano.
Valerio Romano, present.
Okay, Valerio.
Or Val's fine, Tom. Thank you.
Okay. So before we get too far into this, I want to tell the attendees that the discussion of Notice of Intent 2323, Stormwater Permit 2316 for 205 Atlantic Avenue has been continued until 9/21/23. Similarly, we are continuing amended Notice of Intent 20-09, Stormwater Permit 20-19 for 80 Black Horse Lane to 7/23 as well, or 9/7/23. The discussion of NOI 2315, Government Island Wharf, 1519, okay, that's been continued to 9/21/23, and the NOI and show cause for Lambert's Lane, 76 Lambert's Lane has been continued to 9/21/23. We're going to quickly take care of some administrative matters. I hope this will go quick. Have all of you had a chance to look at the meeting minutes for April 27th and May 5th?
Yes.
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 I thought we passed these last meeting. Did we, Charlotte?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. We also have meeting minutes for June 8th and June 22nd. And if you've, so the way this works is if you have reviewed them and you have been at the meeting, you can vote. If you haven't, then you don't abstain even, you just don't vote. Is that right, Charlotte?
We have a quorum of 4, so all 4 commissioners probably should vote on them, but you can vote on the ones that I think with these meetings, if I remember correctly, I think almost everyone was here. I can double check that, unless Kathy, were you gone for one of them?
Yes, I was gone. I was gone for June 8th.
Okay, so I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of June 8th. Kathy, you'll stay out of this. Do I have a second here?
Second.
Roll call vote. Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. And we still don't have Will, so is that enough for our quorum?
Yeah, I think it's a majority, right? So,
Yeah, I think so.
Uh,
Okay,
yeah.
so this passes.
but also
three-
Kathy, if you watch the minutes and you caught up, you probably can vote. I think you
wa-
did.
Yes, I didn't watch the entire
Oh,
meeting.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, so it's a
Honestly.
majority. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so that vote passes 3-0-0. So since everybody's been to the other ones, I'll move that the April 27th, May 5th, June 22nd minutes be approved. Do I have a second?
It would be, sorry, it would be May 11th, May 25th, and then June 22nd and April 27th. Angela's
Oh,
been
yeah,
busy.
oh,
so-
yeah, right. I forgot April 27th. Right. Thank you. Eric, did you second that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thanks. Roll call vote. Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. That vote passes 4-0-0. Thank you. So that takes care of our minutes and administrative matters for the moment. In the interest of running an efficient meeting, please keep, and this is to the presenters, please keep your presentations to subjects germane to the regulatory specifics of the case you are presenting. We'll try to limit each hearing to 20 minutes, after which time we will request a continuance unless it looks like pretty close to finishing up. So we kind of want to move things around. So we're going to start with a notice of public hearing for RDA 2313, 187 Atlantic Avenue in Cohasset. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, the Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, August 24th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on a Zoom platform for RDA 2313 at 187 Atlantic Avenue for construction of a retaining wall patio with plantings for John Brown. Charlotte, can you introduce our applicant, please?
Hi, hey, John, can you hear us? You are muted.
I can hear you, Charlotte. Thank you.
And then, John, I don't see Meryl in the audience unless someone wants to raise their hand to let me know that they're there. Do you want to start? I can pull up the site plan.
Sure, I could do whatever you want me to do, whatever is easiest for you guys.
Okay, yeah, so we have John Brown, the applicant here from 187 Atlantic Ave. And John, I can pull up the site plan. And do you want to just run us through your
Sure.
proposal?
Absolutely, and thanks for your time tonight. So we moved to 187 Atlantic about 5 months ago. We spent 26 years over on 30 Black Horse Lane and decided to downsize. And we took this property over. It's a relatively new home. And we're requesting basically two things, but we're bundling them together to make it easier for you guys to consider it and also for our landscape people to actually do the project if approved. The first is, if you look at the lower right-hand side, the property next to us on Hobart Lane built a new driveway before we moved in and put a series of retaining walls in to support that driveway. I think it was approved by, Charlotte is aware of the project, and they did a really nice job. But we look out our windows of our home on our first floor and the whole backyard, and we see nothing but these two tiers of stone walls. So we thought we would try to bring some native planting in along the inside, our property line of the stone walls, to just soften our view on a go-forward basis. We're down in a hole. I don't know if any of you are familiar with 187 Atlantic Avenue, but Hobart Lane is about, I don't know, 25, 30 feet in height above us. So when you stand in our backyard and you look at Hobart Lane, you look up about 25 or 30 feet, and that's where the walls are. And we also get a lot of drainage that comes down from all of Hobart, actually. And if you look at Atlantic Avenue, which is where our address is, we're set back a couple of 100 feet from Atlantic Avenue. We're also about 8 to 10 feet or so below Atlantic Avenue. So we sort of are in this area where stuff just sort of congregates down there. But the first part of the plan was to ask for permission to put some indigenous plant life in there. We're thinking about red cedars to basically block the view of these two big stone walls. That's number one. Number two, as we had our landscaper come out and everything drains down sort of into the yard and then down through the yard into the, well, it's wetlands, it's a river. It actually ends up at, in the outlet, the outflow from Little Harbor. But all the water sort of channels down in there. And I'm out there raking every time we have a big rain because stuff sort of mulch and leaves and things sort of make their way down. So I have my landscaper come in and he said he'll build a retaining wall for me to stop that from happening. And at the same time, he said, you know, as long as I'm building a retaining wall, why don't I put some bluestone pavers down and give you a little bit of extra outdoor space there. It achieves the same objective of sort of minimizing the amount of outflow down into the wetlands. And as long as we make it pervious and put it on crushed stone and pea stone and all that good stuff, you know, it'll be environmentally friendly and the water will drain down as opposed to rush down toward the, again, I'm pointing to it, but Charlotte, you have it up. So the request is to basically do two things of significance. One is to put a lot of native tree, 8 to 12, I think we've said, but we'd have to decide once we're in the field to soften the view of those tiered stone walls next to us. And the other is to put a retaining wall up on the property off of the back of our house, and then some pervious bluestone down in front of it to make an extra, frankly, patio area for us, just to have a little bit of outdoor space because we have no other outdoor space. And coming from Black Horse Lane, we had, I don't know if you guys knew of that property, but it had quite a bit of outdoor. It was an 8.5 acre property, so it was a big property. I don't know if that's enough, Charlotte, or I can field questions, or I can answer anything that you want me. I want to make this productive for you guys.
So Commissioners, I'm sorry, Charlotte, go ahead.
Oh, no, it's okay. I was just gonna note the height of the proposed retaining wall around the patio. I think, John, it was only gonna be about what, 18-inch?
18 inches off of the grass, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And then the plantings will be around it here, as you can see in this detail. And then, you know, it's the crushed stone with the pervious pavers on top. And then, you know, as the commission knows this property, as you can see from the buffer lines, you know, the wetland line is right here against this tree edge. So the majority of the home is in the 50-foot buffer. So John has submitted a variance for this RDA request and worked with Merrill to come up with a plan. They also suggested more mitigation plantings in the front of the 18-inch tall retaining wall, and then some plantings behind the patio, as well as the ones along Hobart Lane. I'm sorry, the Hobart property, excuse me.
So Commissioners, do you have questions, comments? So Charlotte, can you zoom in a little bit? I mean, we're talking about building a pervious patio in the 50-foot buffer. Is that correct?
Yes. Yeah, it's a 16 by 18 pervious patio. And then the walls, the retaining wall, I think, is 18 inches tall.
And what's there now?
John, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's grass.
Yeah,
wet
it's grass.
It's
It's sloped down. That's why the retaining wall has to be above ground,
so
because you can't
it's
see from
turf
this
grass, is
angle. Sorry.
that turf grass, is that correct?
No,
just weeds?
again, we just moved in 5 months ago, Tom, but so it was here when we arrived, but it looks like it was probably seeded. It's not, it doesn't look like turf back there. It looks like it was probably, there's a lot of rough patchy areas. And when the water flows down there, it sort of takes stuff up a little bit. So it doesn't look like it was professionally installed. But it's sort of natural grass.
So we've had a lot of rain recently. Does it flood there?
So Charlotte, if you scroll down a little bit, Oh, no, the other way, sorry, more down toward the water.
Sorry, I don't know why it's doing that, but yeah.
The direct answer is that area where the patio, proposed patio does not flood, but it runs down. And where you see the 12th, is the number 12 with a dotted line there. I'm not an expert at this stuff. And then beyond that, you can't walk down there after it rains. It gets incredibly wet. It's basically bog down there. I mean, I don't know what all the hatch lines mean, but it looks fine. It's beautiful, actually. There's a lot of natural stuff growing up, and there's Phragmite and natural. I mean, I could turn my camera
Yes,
around and show
this
you.
was sorry to interrupt, John. This hatched area was a part of a previous permit to remove invasive species and install like native shrubs, perennials, grasses. So this was part of a previous notice of intent, as was the boardwalk. So this boardwalk and the hatched area right here before the grass was part of a 2021 NOI. Yeah.
It's pretty inaccessible, to be honest with you, which is fine. I mean, the reason why we moved is our 5 kids are all gone now, and we're downsizing and, sort of changing our lifestyle, and we don't need a lawn anymore. We would like some outdoor space, obviously.
So it is in the 50-foot buffer, and generally we don't allow any disturbance within the 50-foot buffer. Eric, are you getting ready to comment here?
I'm holding back. I'm holding back, all right? And let me just say, I don't think there's a conservation project or property I visited more often than this one. I've been here at least 10 times in the last 2 or 3 years. It's been the subject of many, many reviews by the Conservation Commission. I think I could probably walk around with a blindfold on and make my way through it. And the reason I say that is that most of us who've been on the Conservation Commission for a while, I'm sure Chris and Tom, I believe, and myself, and Kathleen, know that this is a very boggy, problematic area. I think all along we questioned whether it was actually buildable because of the amount of moisture that was there, but the property and the house did go ahead. And now we're set with what we all predicted would be the results of that, which is a very, very difficult living situation once you get away from the house. And that's what we're dealing with right now, I'm afraid. This was it was not supposed to have grass placed there. There was some natural planting on the original project, but we moved on from that now. And what we see in terms of the drainage going there is exactly what should happen to the buffer zone of a vibrant wetland. And that's what we're seeing right now. And I'm not really sure, I have my own views on whether we should be building anything there, but I think I'll hold back on those to hear from other commissioners first. So I'll pass right now.
Kathy, do you have a comment here? You've been out, I know you've been out there many times, as Eric points out, we all have. And
Right. Well, I'm always hesitant to disturb it within the 50 also. My comments in favor of the project, however, would be the fact that they are providing some mitigation with the extra plantings, and the patio would be pervious, and it's not that big of a space. So I'm kind of 50-50 about it. I can see both sides, and I hate to see things built in the 50. I don't like the pattern of doing that, because we're not supposed to, and the 50's there for a reason. My gut says that this project may be okay to do if they do exactly what they say they're going to do, and they provide the plantings and the mitigation for the mitigation.
well, it's
Charlotte, do we know how much area of disturbance there is?
For the project?
Yes.
Yeah, we could basically add it up,
I-
and get my
I get
phone out, but
I get 288 square feet for.
yeah, that seems about right, because it would,
Using the-
if we add if we add the mitigation plantings in the 50 and the 100, plus the 16 by 18, plus the retaining wall, plus the other mitigation plantings.
Well, the area of the
Yeah.
area of the retaining wall is probably twice that of the patio. So, I mean, that's the area of alteration, because you're gonna fill that area, even if it's only 18 inches. And, you know, I'm gonna throw a little, history onto this project. You know, originally there was a house here. The house was demolished. There was a, NOI that was permitted and, order of conditions. When the project was finished, a much bigger area of lawn was put in. And what you're the kind of the recipient of now is a wetland that was plowed under and then turned into lawn. And the reality is, in a 50-foot buffer, that wetland really should be wetland, and that's what it should be. And it's what it should have been when the original builder built that home, but they took some liberties, and it wasn't until years later that we actually were able to see that this was what happened. So, you know, I'm kind of the opinion that this and we did not approve work in the 50 for the neighbor on Hobart Lane. We did approve the driveway, which was outside of the 50, if I remember correctly.
That's
But we
correct.
did not approve work within the 50. So I would suggest that on this particular project that we look at moving. I don't know if there's room outside the 50 that allows for a patio, but it seems that really what's going on here is complete alteration right in the wet, you know, right in the buffer.
Yeah. So, Mr. Brown, it looks like you do have a deck there. It's probably a little bit larger than the proposed patio. So it's not like you don't have any outdoor space.
No, there's definitely outdoor space there. We just, it's raised. It's fairly narrow. I mean, I don't know the perspective of this picture. I can't see the scale down in the lower right-hand corner, but you know, I could probably turn it and show you right now outside the window. It's just not a very open, sort of open space, and you can't do much on a wooden deck. And so, yeah, yes, the short answer, Tom, is there is an outdoor space there. We'd like a little bit more. We'd like to do it in a sort of environmentally sound way. I guess I'd add one editorial comment. Everything I've heard so far makes perfect sense, by the way. I don't know what happened on this property. You know, we just moved in 5 months ago. I have no idea the history behind it and all the players and what was approved and what wasn't approved. I will tell you that we're excellent stewards of of conservation. It's 25 and a half years at 30 Black Horse Lane on an 8-acre property. We never had one issue ever with zoning, conservation, building, no one in the town. And that's a huge property. And we did a lot of work there. And we were always very mindful of all our surroundings and very respectful of, you know, the wetlands, which we had a lot of. You know, I think we're pretty good. We're pretty good, more than pretty good. I think we've demonstrated over a quarter of a century stewardship of the wetlands. And that I'm not the person who built the house. We're not the people who owned the house before us. So I can't speak to them, but I can speak to us. And I think we have a excellent track record in the town of people who do the right thing for conservation purposes. So we're asking for something, yes, but we also have never overstepped our bounds once and have always done the right thing by the wetlands and by our old property, and are trying to do the same here, obviously.
Well, we don't hold the actions of previous owners against the new owners. This is so, I mean, each of these is, I mean, this place does have a history, and we are recounting it a bit, but that really has, I don't think has any bearing on how we necessarily view this. I think the precedent, a more relevant precedent is whether we've allowed work in anywhere in the 50 in town. And we've been very strict about the 50-foot buffer. The 100-foot buffer of the 50 to 100 feet away from a wetland, we have given numerous variances in those instances. But the 50-foot buffer is really it's a critical part of the wetland. It's not the resource itself, but it abuts it, and so and very closely. It's right up, you know, it's just how far away the wetland is probably 15 or 16 feet away here from the northern edge of your deck, northwest edge of your patio rather. So I'm really reluctant here to approve this, to vote to approve it. It would be particularly egregious to have denied your neighbor work in his 50 and then to have us turn around and approve something right next door. Again, that's not a very good reason to give you, I'm sure, but by setting a precedent, it's I don't think it would be a good precedent.
Tom, can I just say one thing?
Of course.
The work that's proposed here, I think is directly contrary to the spirit of the regulations and the intention of the Wetland Acts in terms of do not touch the buffer zone. We don't want to have work done in there unless it's absolutely necessary, I suppose, like, you know, a house is burning down as an accident. But this type of thing is certainly not, that doesn't support the wetland interests that we're trying to encourage in Cohasset. It's, you know, building in an area that shouldn't be built on. And I think from my point of view, it's a study and a project which is for all intents and purposes finished as far as I'm concerned. I could never vote for this. That's my own personal opinion.
Yeah.
So.
In terms of the design, I guess, would any commissioners be interested in entertaining this potentially as a modified design, like with a reduced patio or a reduced retaining wall or more mitigation plantings? Just looking at the site plan here, you know, in terms of the variance request, with a bulkhead right here, you can't put a patio. You obviously can't put one in the back. There's no room. And then the only space you have is in the front, but that's where you have, you know, a lot of trees and other lawn that, you know, it would be if the patio you wanted to face Atlantic Ave and not in the back of the property. But would any commissioners entertain a smaller patio or more mitigation plantings, like especially for the pervious and or impervious increase? Just trying to think out loud, but
I'm looking at this the lower left corner here, and that's in the 100-foot buffer.
right.
And I would feel more comfortable seeing that patio.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I mean, that's the sort of thing that we have approved in the past.
Yeah.
And given variances for. So, I mean, that's a bit more exposed to the street. I understand you're going to have less privacy that way, but you do have an alternative, I suppose, here. Maybe it may not seem like a real good one to you. I'm sure that having your patio over on the northeast side would be better for you aesthetically, but again, you're in the 50-foot buffer, and we just don't want to set a precedent. So if you consider redesigning this between the 50 and the 100-foot line, I think we would entertain that in a much more permissive way, let's say. no guarantees, but we would look more favorably on that than this proposal you've given us.
Okay, well, that's helpful. I mean, I certainly logically understand everything that everyone is saying about setting a precedent, and I wouldn't want to do that if you thought you couldn't contain it, which makes sense to me. I guess one of my questions is the trees, the proposed trees to soften the against the walls of the project that happen on Hobart Lane. What is the commission's feeling about that?
Well, at least some of them are outside the 50-foot buffer. And those 4 that are really adjacent to the house. So I don't think that there's an issue there. The others, we have allowed planting from time to time, I think, within the 50-foot buffer, as long as you're using plants out of our
Yes.
off of our list. So, and red cedar, I'm sure are on that list. Maybe
It is.
Chris can comment about how they might do there in that kind of soil and proximity to the wetland. So they may or may not be the right choice, but they are on the list. So
Yeah, I feel similar. I think that any addition of native plantings onto this area is worthwhile. But I would recommend against the red cedar. They don't like their feet wet, and this is certainly a wet spot. You might want to look at white cedar instead.
All right, that's helpful. Thank you. What else? I'm just writing this down. Anything other than white cedar, you think?
I'd have to think about it a little bit.
No, I
Right
don't
on.
want to, I don't want to put you out.
There,
No, I mean,
John, there's a list on the website of plants, trees that have adapted to a moist environment. I suggest we start there.
Yep, okay. I have that printout. Charlotte
Yeah.
gave me that. I think hemlock was on there if I recall correctly. So, all right, we'll go have a look at that. But I guess we would then ask the commission to consider whether or not we could plant the, looking at the number here. It's blocked off, Charlotte, from the photograph, from the various videos from Zoom. It's 4 plus, looks like 10 to 12 proposed plants along the base of the wall from the Mariah's house. So I guess I'd ask the commission whether or not it would be appropriate for us to go ahead and do that if we scrap the rest of the project.
Yeah, we could, we've done this for other RDA requests in the past where you could, the commission could vote to issue a negative determination for the work that, is acceptable under the RDA, and then write with a condition that whatever other proposed work would require the filing of a notice of intent or, not approved under the RDA or something like that.
Charlotte, would you explain what a negative determination, that always sounds like a bad thing.
Sorry, negative, John, is actually a good thing. A negative determination meaning under an RDA submission, you do not require the filing of a notice of intent for whatever proposed work that the commission approves. So a negative meaning that's a good thing, as in you don't need a notice of intent, but then a positive determination would actually mean the opposite of good, where we would want to see a notice of intent for whatever work that the commission does not want to approve through an RDA. So you could, the commission could consider issuing a -3 determination to approve the 10 to 12 native tree plantings between the in the 50 and 100-foot buffers, but then that the patio and the retaining walls either be filed through a notice of intent or moved outside of the 50 or something like that.
I would encourage you to move outside of the 50 with your hard surfaces here.
So not even an NOI, Tom, just scrap the whole, it's going to waste your time and mine and obviously money to try to come back with an NOI on it within the 50-foot. That's your inclination.
Yeah, I don't think
All
you
right,
have.
well, that's helpful.
I don't think you have the votes here for the variance. And
Tom, let me just say, we are not allowed to change the hydrology, the flow of water within the 50 going down to the resource area. That's an alteration that where the regulations are very clear about. And that, putting your barrier down there in the 50-foot to change the direction of the water flow and all that is something I think you'd probably find the rules don't allow for.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, we've approved work in the 50-foot buffer, but it really depends on the circumstances. Like, for example, for certain properties like raise and rebuilds where, you know, again, the whole home is in the 50-foot buffer or something like that. But, you know, considering the fact that the patio is a supplementary structure and not like a, you know, a house or a garage or something that's like a
Charlotte,
primary.
I'm talking about the wall.
Oh, yeah,
The
yeah.
wall
No,
with-
I mean,
the
yeah,
wall
changing,
with-
yeah.
yeah.
Who's being built to redirect the flow of water in the
Yeah.
50-foot zone is something I think we would have problems with.
No, yeah, I just wanted to note that we've definitely approved work in the 50-foot buffer. It's just obviously a case by case basis. It really depends on the situation. But, you know, like you said, Eric, in terms of redirecting runoff or adding impervious structures in the 50-foot buffer that aren't entirely necessary, that's, you know, it's something to, you know, evaluate, obviously.
The irony, I understand, Eric. The irony, of course, is this all started with some sort of retaining wall concept to keep the water from flowing down there and, you know, and all the sort of wood chips and things that end up down at the bottom of the lawn that get raked off all the time. And so that's the
I know,
irony
yeah,
here is
I know.
we're trying to stop some, that was the whole catalyst behind the whole, the initial project, but I understand.
John, you have to appreciate, I lived for 15 years on Hobart Lane. I know this project very, very well.
Oh, you know it then.
Yeah, I mean, when this whole thing began, go way before your time, I think the feeling of the commission was, we'd love this place just to become a natural wetland with
Yeah.
no building. Well, that wasn't possible. Time went along, and now we're kind of holding ground, trying to maintain the naturalness of the wetland, and that's what you're seeing right now.
Yeah, we worked really hard over at, you don't need to hear the sob story, but over at Black Horse Lane, we had developers bidding on our property who wanted to put in multiple homes over there. And my wife just said, you know, we've been stewards of this place for 26 years and the people before us for the Bigelows for almost as long. We don't want to see that happen. So I understand completely, Eric.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay, well, this is helpful. Thank you. So I think that the takeaway is that, I don't know, Charlotte, what I can do to get approval to put the trees in. We'll scrap the, within any comeback with an NOI, is that the right term? Within the 50-foot zone, and then we'll reconsider something outside of the 50 on the Atlantic Avenue side of the home.
Great.
Yeah.
Charlotte, do we need to, a motion to move this to closure?
Correct, yeah, a motion to close the public hearing and issue, I'm gonna guess we want a -3 determination
Okay,
for the trees, but not for the patio and the retaining wall.
okay. Does any commissioner want to make a motion here?
Ooh,
Chris, you're so polished at this.
Sorry, I was on mute. I couldn't get off. Yes, I'll make a motion to close the public hearing and issue a -3 determination with the condition that we are allowing for native plantings as shown on the plan,
yep,
but not allowing for the retaining wall and patio, which is within the 50-foot buffer.
Do I hear a second?
second,
With that, we'll go to a roll call vote. Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. This passes 4-0-0.
And we do need a variance
Oh,
first,
yeah,
the
right.
plantings. too.
I make a motion to issue a variance for work within the 50-foot buffer with our standard conditions, which for your information, Mr. Brown, that means no mechanized equipment. Pretty much has to be done by hand, and try to keep your disturbance the absolute minimum when you're planting. So
Understand.
back to my motion, I make a motion to grant a variance for work within the 50 with our standard conditions. Do I have a second?
Second,
Roll call vote. Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, I.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. This variance passes 4-0-0.
Okay, am I still on, Charlotte?
Yes, you're all set, John. Thank you
Okay,
so
yeah,
much.
thank
I
you.
will,
I just wanted to thank the commission for the consideration, and we'll move forward. I'll follow up with you, and we'll get the planning going in a forward direction. And again, we appreciate it, you know, all the time and effort you guys invested in considering this. And there won't be any barbecued s'mores on the patio, but there will be a lot of savings of money. So my wife will be unhappy, and I'll be very happy.
And
Thanks,
John,
guys.
I'll
Have a good
issue
night.
the permits
Good luck,
on
John.
Monday. So I'll issue your permit on Monday.
All right, thanks, Chuck. Bye now.
All right. Thank
Bye-bye.
you, John.
Thank you.
All right, Will, I'm going to ask you if you're present.
Will Ashton, present. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have a quorum of 5. Let's see, where am I at here? Gonna close some things here. Atlantic Avenue is done. So the next notice is a public hearing for NOI 23-22, 22 Gammons Road. In accordance with Massachusetts General Laws, Chapter 131, Section 40, the Cohasset Wetlands Bylaw, and the Cohasset Stormwater Bylaw, Cohasset Conservation Commission will hold a public hearing on Thursday, August 24th, 2023 at 6:30 p.m. via remote participation on Zoom platform for 22. Did I get this wrong? No, 22 Gammons Road, sorry. On Cohasset for the removal of dead and damaged trees by Don and Barbara O'Neill. Charlotte, would you introduce our applicants?
I'm 90% positive we have Brad Holmes on the call from ECR representing the applicant Don O'Neill at 22 Gammons Road. And Don obviously is on the call as well. Brad, is that, yep, there you go. Thank you. Said
Good evening,
Kathy.
members of the commission. My softer
Evening,
side,
Brad.
Kathy. Good evening, members of the commission here with Don O'Neill for his property at 22 Gammons Road. Don and Barbara O'Neill were in front of the commission in the summertime with a RDA proposal to remove hazard and dead trees from their property. The commission is familiar with this site and this project. As a result of the RDA, we have filed this notice of intent to follow the recommendation of the determination. Project hasn't changed in the sense that we're looking to remove the dead and hazard trees. We're looking to work within land subject to coastal storm flowage, buffer zone for salt marsh, and within a riverfront area of a tidal creek to the west of the site. We're looking to remove 10 hazard and dead trees from the property within the buffer zone and within the resource areas of the riverfront area and land subject to coastal storm flowage. The methodology has not changed. We're proposing to use total tree using a crane and arborist so that the trees will be lifted and removed from the site so there won't be any ground disturbance. The trees would be cut flush with the ground. We are proposing mitigation in the sense of mitigating any impacts the commission may feel that the dead trees have to the site in the sense of wildlife habitat. So what we're proposing is 4 native saplings and 12 native shrubs to be planted in the inner buffer zone to provide a little bit of additional wildlife habitat value in that inner buffer zone to the salt marsh, which currently exists as lawn. We have included a notice, and I can share the plan, and we have photographs and additional detail. I'll pull that up. There's the property here at 22 Gammons Road. You can see there's their residence. It's a well-maintained lawn and landscaped area to the limit of the upper salt marsh. We have prepared a site plan locating the 10 trees proposed for removal, which hasn't changed from what you reviewed previously in the RDA. Trees 11 and 12 were permitted by you under that past determination. So we have 1 through 10 remaining. We have located the plantings of native species to be interplanted along the lawn area in that inner buffer zone to provide mitigations So since you've already reviewed this and it's been somewhat recent, I'll leave it at that. Maybe I can help you with your 20-minute timeline, but I can certainly go beyond in more detail. I'll bring it back to the commission.
So thanks for considering that 20-minute time. Commissioners, do you have anything further to say about this?
Charlotte, you visited the site and can confirm that all 12 trees are solidly dead?
Yes.
Okay. Not
Actually,
just
wait,
family.
Brad, I think it's just the one additional one that we added. I think it's number 3-1. That's the only one that is alive. The rest of the trees are completely dead.
And that one is almost dead. It's very poor. It's
Yeah.
be dead very soon.
Okay.
Charlotte-
Yeah, on the map, where is the 50? I can't read it. I can't read this map.
For the 50-foot buffer is this pink line here.
Is it the blue line, the red line?
Well, there's a few different resource areas. This is the 100-foot riverfront. This is the 200-foot riverfront.
Okay,
This is the 50-foot buffer zone.
okay,
This is the 100-foot buffer zone.
okay, got it.
And the salt marsh is right along the edge.
Yeah, I don't understand why this is considered a perennial stream. It's a tidal creek.
Well, tidal creeks are considered perennial streams, rivers, in accordance with the regulations.
Oh,
but-
Any further comments?
I just quickly, this is not the first property we've seen that, you know, a big mass of trees has died. Brad, is there a reason, in your opinion, why all these trees have died?
I was thinking of that. It could be that I don't know the site enough to know if there's been coastal flooding events here. In the sense that maybe the saltwater intrusion has happened enough, you know, to kill off the trees. Most of them are black oaks. I know we have a black oak death problem. So it could be a variety of you know, salt water into the freshwater species.
Mhm.
Brad, is this a common problem around Cohasset, in your opinion?
Plant. Yes, dead trees within, you know, coastal areas. If we have, you know, they're not, these species aren't coastal salt tolerant. So we're dealing with black oak and I think there's a red maple or two and pignut hickory. Those aren't salt tolerant species. So if we have that kind of coastal impact, then yes.
There was a fascinating program on the public television a few weeks ago on what they called ghost forests in this area, which are areas of dead trees which have arrived in the last, 2 or 3 decades that were thriving before, having to do with the rise of the saltwater level in our coastline and our brackish ponds and all that, giving very, very large tracts of dead trees that in the past were thriving. This may be an example of that. It's just a guess. All right. So, but they call them ghost trees. It's happening quite frequently along the South Shore.
Well, certainly.
With sea level rise and we're having more, you know, there's probably more groundwater interaction with seawater.
Yeah.
And that the roots of these trees can't handle it. So that sounds about right to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, as we have a drought, that groundwater, fresh groundwater is diminished and the salt water will rise to replace it. So, I mean, there's what it looks like trees 8 through 12 there. You probably couldn't ascribe that to them, but certainly the ones along the margin of the salt marsh there would seem to be vulnerable.
So I'd like to ask a question and then make a comment. Is it possible to leave any of these trees and maybe just trim them back so there's less likelihood that they're going to drop branches and be of safety. Because, dead trees do contribute to, wildlife nesting, etc. So I'm just wondering, for instance, could number 7 perhaps be left trimmed up, take it down to, 4-foot branches or something like that, and it seems to be the one that's farthest away from the property. Is that at all possible?
I think it would be possible. Is it feasible in the sense that we have, once the equipment is there to do the work, these are big trees, so, when they fall, there's going to be impact. This is a little different in the sense that we have a salt marsh as the resource area to the buffer zone, so it's not like a vegetated buffer to a BVW where we're trying to, maybe increase the wildlife habitat to a BVW. So if we were to, leave a log on the ground or something that would maybe fall in a storm, I'd be worried that it's gonna be a projectile to this property or a neighboring property because we're in the 100-year flood zone. So I think as a protective measure, it would be better to remove it and replace it with species that can stand the saltwater interaction. That's why we're proposing the replacement planting.
Brad, you mentioned the word remove it. All right. You're in the 50-foot buffer zone here. What does remove it constitute, actually?
Well, removing in this sense is that we're going to have a crane stationed in the driveway. The dead tree would be cut in sections and craned out and then flush cut with the ground. So there wouldn't be any, dredging, digging, altering of the ground. So that would be basically lifting the dead tree out. If that answers your question.
You do understand that constitutes an alteration of the buffer zone, which we are opposed to. Taking the tree out of the buffer zone. In the past, we've asked people, our applicants, if they go through this process to leave the wood on the ground, one form or another. We can discuss what form that's going to be, but that would be based on your proposal.
I realize that, and this is a little bit of a different environment where we're in a salt marsh and then we have maintained lawn. If we wouldn't be able to leave a log in the salt marsh because that would degrade the salt marsh and kill off the vegetation. Unlike a BVW and a vegetated 50-foot buffer. And with the land subject to coastal storm flowage, I'd be worried that if we left material, as I said, it would have a floating hazard and could be a projectile and create harm. In looking at that, that's why I proposed the replacement vegetation.
I thought we'd covered this and that we talked about leaving. Maybe I'm confusing it with another site, but I don't recall that we had approved or even given any indication that we would approve the removal of the dead wood. And we've had a number of these that have been on the edge of Little Harbor, and most of them have been on the edge of Little Harbor, and we've required that the wood stay in place.
These are very big trees. To locate those in a yard and within the flood zone, I would recommend against it. That's why I was not ignoring that, but that's why we're proposing replacement plantings.
Well, I don't know about how everybody else feels, but you're removing a dozen trees here and replacing them with how many?
We had
16?
Yes, 16 plants.
How many trees?
Two of the
Yeah, but how many trees here are we talking about?
there was four red cedars proposed and 12 shrubs.
Yeah, the rest are bushes. So that it seems like there's an awful lot of trees being removed. Granted, they are dead or one is apparently ready to die, but since we're not leaving the slash there and the trunks, we're actually moving a fair amount of potential habitat out, or potential soil, in fact, as it degrades.
Plants 11 and 12 were approved for removal as part of that past determination. I've
Yeah, they're
included them
outside.
in this plan.
I'm sorry. Yeah, they're outside.
Yes.
They're outside,
Outside of the
so,
50.
yeah, that they don't count, but 1 through 10 do.
Brad, I know obviously we don't want anything put in the salt marsh because it'll kill the Spartina grass, but would any sort of level of wood chipping or cutting into really tiny pieces, would that be able to potentially go anywhere so that it won't be a projectile, but is there anywhere it can be reused to possibly enhance the 50-foot buffer? It is a tight site, so, you know, obviously I'm not sure if you can answer that, but I didn't know if that is a potential alternative other than leaving like chunks of logs somewhere.
We could look at that. I think it would, if there's more a concern about wildlife habitat, I think
Right.
maybe
Yeah.
adding some additional berry producing shrubs, and maybe we could certainly do some you could look at some other alternatives, like some birdhouses on cedar posts.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we've done that in the past.
You have one for Osprey? You have one big enough for Osprey?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about for 7.
Yeah, me too.
Yep.
Actually, 7 and 2, perhaps.
Tom, I
Yeah.
think we should have Brad go back and think creatively as to what we can do with all this fallen wood, and submit another proposal to us, whether it be ospreys or nests or chipping and piles of wood for the insect life and all that to revitalize it. I know it's a lawn, but something's got to give here. And, you know, we have the difficulty in that we're not allowed to have alterations. We can't take things away from the buffer zone, all right?
Right.
And carting off 10 trees out of the buffer zone, certainly to me seems like we're certainly not consistent with that regulation that we have. So I think we need some creative thinking on the part of Brad, and come back to us and let us know what other things he can think of, or what other environmental groups have done. Because this, you know, we're reinventing the wheel here. I'm absolutely sure that within Massachusetts, this type of problem comes up 10 times a day or 10 times a week, and people have other solutions to it. So let's look elsewhere.
This is a pretty heavily wooded lot, and a lot of canopy there, but no longer.
This came in front of the commission recently with a notice of intent and a certificate of compliance. It was a redevelopment project. So it wasn't, I don't know that when the original site was developed, but it's been a single family residence for some time. You can look at some additional measures and come back to the commission. I know Don O'Neill is on it, and he can provide a little more information, but we have some ongoing hazards here. There's been limbs that have been fallen into the lawn since he presented the RDA, and it was just around the time that he had a landscape crew out, and some of that material could have, you know, hurt or seriously injured someone. So if there's an opportunity for us to proceed and come back to the commission with some wildlife habitat alternatives, my fear is that we're going to be getting into possibly some hurricane seasons or some strong winds as we get into the fall, and we have some serious hazards here. So that's thing that asking the commission to consider if we could proceed somehow in that manner.
May I ask a question? Oh, I'm sorry, Charlotte.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Rod. Yeah.
So 11 and 12 are already approved. It looks like 7 through 10 are also close to the abutter at, what is it, 46? Is that right, Brad?
Correct.
And does the hazard affect that abutter as well?
No, there's a little bit of a vegetation as you move to the right of the screen.
Okay.
So the house is set up further away from that. But the
Okay.
maintained yard is, I can show you some photos. It's in the notice. We've taken pictures of each tree so that you can see that, there's a 6, 7, and 8 houses not far off. That's the neighbor's house. You can see these are the dead trees here. They're large trees, so if they do come, we don't know what direction obviously they're gonna come, but there'll be damage.
If they fall uncontrolled.
Yes, correct.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I was just sort of curious about the relationship to the neighboring property. I defer to the other committee members.
Sure.
Yeah, I just encourage you to think creatively about the wood itself. Replacement, that's a good thing, but these are dead trees, so there's no real requirement that you replace them, I don't think. But the wood, again, we're at a situation where whenever we're dealing in the 50, there's a hazard that we set a precedent that we regret. And we've been pretty strict about the 50. And speaking for myself, I'm reluctant to compromise that. So I'd encourage you to somehow figure out how to lay these things down so they are not a hazard. If you think there really is a hazard that this will flood and these will be like torpedoes or something and put holes in the house, I think that's kind of unlikely. Not impossible, but kind of unlikely. Maybe by reducing their size, as we briefly mentioned, could remove that possibility.
Would the commission entertain any sort of condition potentially with an order about having the agent and or the chair and or commissioners review the details to be submitted administratively, or is that I don't know if we wanted to delegate that to either me and or any specific commissioners, if not the chair.
I think this is an issue for the commission, Charlotte. I'm sorry. All right.
Yeah, I agree.
I think the question of what we do with 10 dead trees that
Mhm.
are by the law, by our regulations, are not allowed to be removed is something which is strikes at the heart of what we're doing here. And I would encourage Brad to be creative and also to look to other towns, other wetland situations, and see what they do with trees like this. Like I said, we're trying to reinvent the wheel here. It's not necessary. This type of thing is encountered daily in Massachusetts. I'm sure other towns and other wetland groups have found different ways of dealing with this that maybe that someone should present to us so you can educate us and we can open our visors.
Brad, do you know if Duxbury has anything? I know they're pretty strict with tree stuff, as is Dedham, but I didn't know if there's any parameters that are set maybe in another South Shore town that off the top of your head, can you think of?
I honestly don't know of any town that requires placement of a material on site.
Mhm.
I know different towns have different mitigation requirements and calculations for plantings.
Correct. Yeah.
But I can do some more research and coordinate back with Don O'Neill on some different ideas. So I hear what the commission's saying, and we can do a little bit more investigation, come back to the commission. Just my fear is that in between now and the next meeting, we have an incident, and hopefully not.
Yeah, something that I spoke to Don about, just so that the commission's aware, is, obviously we're getting into, the height of hurricane season. So if there is any large storm that's coming up the coastline, I can definitely entertain an emergency certification to remove any trees that are an immediate hazard to the home. And then, the requirement is to submit a notice of intent, which the applicant's already done. So that is something that we can consider while we wait for a plan of what to do with the dead wood. I know the applicant wants to do everything at once, but if the emergency situation demands, that is something that at least I can consider with a quorum, less than a quorum.
Have trees 11 and 12 been removed?
I don't
Not
think
yet.
so.
So if there's this great urgency, why haven't they been taken down?
Can I answer that, Charlotte?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, this is Don O'Neill, 22 Gammons Road. We have Total Tree ready to take those trees down, and those trees were approved because they'll take out the wires and they'll take out the house at the same time. My concern is a liability standpoint. I know there's rules and regulations, but if someone's killed or the tree lands on the house, what are we all going to do? That we know we have a situation, we know the trees are in striking distance of falling, and we know their condition. It's all been confirmed. That's my question from a liability. Who's going to take responsibility for that?
Well, I would say that if there is that urgency, and I don't doubt that it's a possibility that these trees could get blown down. I don't understand. This was before us a month ago, or maybe 2 months ago, and tree 11 and 12 are still standing. And my
Take 'em
recollection
down.
at the time that was that
Get
there
'em out
was
of
a
there.
certain degree of urgency to, particularly for 12, which could take out the power, yet they're still there. So
But getting a crane, Tom, in time is the difficulty of scheduling a crane to take these out. They're busy all around, and Andrew's ready to take them down from Total Tree. He's also been on the property with Charlotte on the most recent visit and toured the tree and gave his opinion to Charlotte also of the state of the trees.
yeah, we're not questioning the state of the trees.
Take them out.
Yeah, 11 and 12. If there's a really imminent danger, 11 and 12 should be taken out quickly.
11 and 12 are due to come out next week with Andrew.
Great.
Good.
Yeah, I think we're saying we support the removal of them if you leave them where they are in the 50-foot buffer.
Well, yeah, it's kind of easy to say, but where, just lay the trees down on the lawn or in the salt marsh? There's no room.
They're not in the salt marsh now, they're in the lawn, so I wouldn't say to move them into the salt marsh, right?
They're right next to the salt marsh, no more than 2 or 3 feet, some of them.
Don, if I'm remembering your property correctly, maybe between Gammons Road and on the property line with the abutter, I don't know if I don't think there's definitely space for 10 trees, but there might be potentially some space to stack some stuff, at least there temporarily, while we figure out a plan. If the commission were to issue a condition to issue anything administratively, review anything administratively, but I think maybe on that property side, you could put some stuff there, but definitely not the debris for 10 trees. And then on the other side of the property, you have the boathouse behind, like that area behind the boathouse is a slightly upland area with a lot of other trees. So I don't know if there's any space to put, tree trunk sections in that area that's further away from the home. So I'm thinking of some areas potentially, but 10 trees might be a little hard because obviously we don't want any debris or anything thrown into the marsh. Do you have any
Yeah.
comments to that or?
The only room, a small percent of them could go behind the boathouse up on the rock. That's within, I'd say within the 50. If you shoot it down on the drawing, you'll be able to see the property. But that's
Yeah,
getting,
Brad, is it possible to scooch down so we can see the boathouse on the other end of the property?
I don't
Or is that
have that.
Oh, that's
It's just a screenshot of the original plan, but it's in this region.
can you go to the aerial, Brad?
Sure.
So the area behind the boathouse here, there's a slight upland area that has ledge. And it's where a bunch of other trees are that are still alive. There may or may not be room to wedge in any of the cut stuff in there. At least that's one area that I can think of.
You know, I don't think we need to be black and white on this, Charlotte. I don't think we have to guarantee that all 10 trees have to stay on site. I think there's a room for compromise here. Put together, if Brad were to put together a common sense proposal that indicates he's done as best he can, and just say, for example, 4 of the 10 can be chopped up and put on the lawn area below the boathouse. I mean, that's the kind of compromise and dealing, you know, give and take that we need to get through this situation. No one's saying that all 10 have to be dealt with the same way. We need to have common sense here, all right? And but Brad's got to come forward with a plan that we can talk about. We don't have a plan now, so we can't do anything. We're at an impasse. But I'm looking forward to that compromise plan from Brad that tries to deal with some of the wood, maybe not all of it, that we can walk away saying, yeah, we've done the best we can, but don't have that now.
So let's move this along. Brad, would you, or Mr. O'Neill, would you be in favor of a continuance for additional time for you and Mr. Holmes to come up with a compromise? I like that idea, Eric.
Donna, I'll let you answer that. I'll certainly work with you and come back.
Yeah, I guess, Brad, you can do whatever to look at that. I'm not saying rudely, but it's getting dragged out and it's getting dragged out. And I get concerns for safety on the site as well as others. And that's one of my major concerns. If we can keep some of it, if we send it through a wood chipper and throw it behind the boathouse in certain areas, maybe. But
This is Valerio again. So it seems like no matter what, the trees need to at least be cut down, right? And I don't think we're objecting to that. It's just the disposition of the trees after they're cut down. So, you know, as far as the safety concern that you're expressing, Mr. O'Neill, do you think it's worth just at least taking them down now and leaving them, you know, on the lawn, sort of horizontal to the edge of the marsh? I'm looking at the pictures, and that would be a temporary measure until we can come up with the compromise that Eric spoke about. And so that way we can, you know, confront the safety concern, because I even know this weekend is small craft advisory. I'm not fishing, et cetera, you know, so you're right. The wind is coming up. And so can we sort of accomplish both, where we don't have a safety concern for the folks that are on the property, and then eventually we can come together and come up with a resolution for where the trees are going to go, in what number and in what state? And I defer to the veteran members of conservation as to whether that's appropriate. But it seems like that would satisfy the safety concern that you bring up, and, you know, the liability concerns going forward, while at the same time protecting the wetlands and what really our role is and what we're tasked with.
my first response would be, yes, I think they need to be taken down. The other thought of it, I know it's an expense. It's a double expense to bring a crane back in here when it's time to pull pull a percent of them out or some of them out or all of them out. It's duplicating the efforts twice in my vision, the way I look at it.
Who's sharing this image?
I am,
Can you go back to the plan, please?
sure.
So are all these trees? All these trees are in the lawn, is that correct?
Correct. They're just, some of them may be like, these trees are just in the edge of the lawn. These are in the lawn. These are just at the edge of the lawn.
And are there no dead trees in the wooded area?
There are some still live trees in and around these, this area. There's certainly live trees. You can see that they're located on the plan. My focus was just on the live trees. I didn't go beyond, what we've shown. But not everything's dead at the site. There's certainly live trees on the site.
Well, I think the question was, like 7, 8, and 9 that we spoke about briefly before, and even maybe number 10, they're sort of at the edge, close to the edge of your property line, but not the edge of the lawn at the water's edge, right? They're sort of in more of a wooded area, where if they came down, they wouldn't necessarily be, just sort of an eyesore on the lawn. Is that right?
You'll see in the photos.
Because I'm looking at the photos in the application. Yeah, those are the ones I'm looking at. Yeah.
Right. Those are obviously in the middle of the lawn. Now we're starting to move around the corner, 6,
Yeah.
7, and 8. These are the dead trees, just aerial wise. These are 10, 11, 12, which are just outside. The lawn is just on the inside of that brush line. And this
We need to move along here. We're
Okay, sorry.
well over our 20 minutes, considerably over our 20 minutes. And Mr. O'Neill, I think you've had some feedback here from what we would find acceptable. I think that if we did have a vote to remove the trees and lay them down, it stands a good chance of passing. But we do need to deal with this issue of where to put them, the ones in the 50-foot buffer. So if your concern, immediate concern really is safety, which you've stressed considerably, I would say that would probably be something that we would really take seriously. I think we agreed that there is a hazard here, and none of us want to be responsible for property damage, injury, death. But so you got to decide, you want to continue this and come back with a full-blown plan, or do you want just to be able to take the trees down, leave them more or less where they are now, but horizontal instead of vertical, and come back to us with a plan for how to distribute them around your landscape within the 50-foot buffer. Our rules are fairly well established. We've been doing this for quite a while. And again, we're not that eager to set a precedent.
I think that they have to come down, but at that point, we're going to be laying more material all around the place. It's going to look like a war zone with the size of these trees, just sitting and waiting.
Yeah, so that I would think that would be strong motivation to come back with a plan for how to dispose of them. But we'd like to take this the hazard off the table here.
I think, Don, what our chair is trying to say is we can either vote right now to approve the NOI with the condition that you come back with a revised plan to the commission. So it wouldn't just be administrative. You would have to come back to the commission maybe at the next meeting to discuss a plan to how to distribute the felled tree debris. But what we can do is we can vote to issue an order of conditions to take the trees out. And I can issue that to you as early as
Take the trees
Monday.
down.
Yeah.
Take the trees down.
Yes, to take them down and to leave them with the condition that you come back to the commission with an updated plan. So that's one option. And then the second option is to not do that and continue to the next hearing, which is September 7th, with an updated plan where we approve everything at once. So I guess those are the two options I think that the commission's actively considering for this.
At what would they consider, what percent could stay back on? Because I don't think we all know 10 trees. I don't have home for 10, 80-foot, 70-foot trees laying around. The site's not that big. You know, we can try to deal with, 4 or 5 of them. We can grind them up. We can put all of the wood chips behind the boathouse up on the hill.
You've got to have a plan that you submit to us.
Yep.
We can speculate all night here, and we're not here to design your project. That's Mr. Holmes' professional responsibility. So again, we'd like to see the issue of hazard removed from your proposal, and I'm pretty sure we can do that tonight.
Okay.
Okay, you want to continue, or okay, you want?
No, I want to take the trees down so there's no incident.
Okay. So will somebody make a motion to approve this?
So I'll make a motion to close the public hearing and to issue an order of conditions for, I don't know the number, NOI at Gammons Road, where the condition is that the tree biomass will be left on site until such time as an approved plan for partial
Let's call it
spreading.
distribution.
All right, and distribution is approved by the commission.
Chris, Chris, I guess you mean excluding trees, I guess, 11 and 12, which can come down completely right now and cart it off.
Yeah.
Correct. Thank you.
Yeah, those are already approved. So,
Do we have a second?
Second.
with that, we'll take a roll call vote. Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Bill Ashton,
Bill Ashton, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. This passes 5-0-0.
Thank you.
Thank you,
We'll be back
everybody.
to the commission with a updated plan.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Brad.
Good night.
Okay, so that's the end of our notice of intent. So we're going to resume the show cause hearing for 81 Border Street, installation of a float platform within the Gulf River Protected Resource Area.
Yeah, before we do that, Chris, I just had a quick question for you. Should we read the public notices for 205 Atlantic and the amended one for 80 Black Horse? They both have agreed to continuances, but usually we'll read the public hearing and then continue it.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, Tom, do you want to read those really quick while I'm pulling up the show cause?
Why don't we do it at the end?
You want to do it at the end? Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. Let's
Now
not
moving
forget
along.
that.
So just to, yeah, no, thank you. Yeah, that works. Just to refresh the commission's memory, this was not the property owner, but the person who rents it, Mr. Joseph Girardi, had installed a float in the Gulf River without prior permission from the commission or, to our knowledge, any state permits. So he did not seem willing to take the float out. So we've agreed on an enforcement order. I spoke with town council and I spoke with, Tom, our chair, about the parameters of the enforcement order. Given the fact that the installation of a float is not clearly considered an alteration under the Wetlands Protection Act, but it is very much considered an alteration under our bylaw per the definition of alter. And since the float is assumed to be seasonal at this time, we issued an enforcement order with the following parameters. And obviously, as a commission, you can vote to ratify it with no changes. You can ratify it with changes. So I'll just read the conditions briefly. Well, not super briefly, but basically we are saying that, you know, cease and desist from any activity, so any additional activity. So that's pretty standard. And then we are asking for the submission of a notice of intent or an RDA with the following instructions. With the additional instruction that if then when the float is removed for the season, it shall be stored in an upland area, offsite shall not be placed, or offsite and shall not be placed directly in the salt marsh, since we saw from the history that the seasonal float had been put on the salt marsh for a while. So yeah, that is not allowed. And then the conditions, which we summarized here, to submit an RDA or an NOI by September 6th with a professional engineered site plan, including all of these parameters that you see here. Mitigation measures for damage to the abutting salt marsh should be included or shall be included. Existing prior documentation of the dock, including any licenses or any other documentation, should also be included. And that we are also saying that the property owner and violator should consult the harbor master as part of the submission, because she did have concerns about not necessarily the float placement, but where those boats and vessels would be docked poses, in her opinion, a navigation issue and for the channel safety. So this is what we said here. And if the commission is okay with everything here, you can vote to ratify it, or you can vote to amend it and ratify it. And we can also do that at any point in the future, just to note, if we ever wanted to change what we have right now.
So does someone make a motion to ratify? Is that the idea?
Yep. Yeah, you can make a motion to ratify and then just vote on it. It's already been issued, and the property owner and the renter have both received the enforcement order.
Are they present?
Check the audience. No.
Yeah. So I make a motion to ratify the enforcement order as drafted. What else do I need?
Make a second.
Second. Take a roll call vote. Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Bill Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Who did I miss?
Chris McFarland.
Chris McFarland, yes. Thank
Chris
you.
McFarland, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. Vote passes 5-0-0. It's because I couldn't see you, Chris. Okay. So.
All set?
Yeah, moving on. So we'll resume the show cause hearing for 10 Ocean Ledge Drive for failure of the completed stormwater runoff system.
I'm promoting who I believe is the applicant and property owner, Ryan Connolly. Oh, and then, yep, I see you, Adam. Thank you. We have Adam Brodsky, DTM Law, representing the applicant. And then I don't know if he's going to stay out for this one, but Jed Hannon, who's the engineer from Atlantic Coast. Not sure if he's going to participate in the show cause, but so just to refresh the commission's memory, Adam, the applicants are declining to come to panelist view, so I'm not sure if it's just you for this. Oh, there we go. One's joining. So yeah, to refresh the commission's memory, the purpose of the show cause hearing, which we centered mostly around the discharging of the sediment, dirty water into the catch basins. The commission wanted some more information to the status of those catch basins to see if there was anything left over. I wasn't able to obtain a sewer cam from DPW. Their only sewer cam is broken. But I did get down there as far as I could with my phone. I don't see anything evident that's clogging any of the pipes. The water that is transferring, from to the catch basin to catch basin is coming out, was coming out clean at the time when we pulled the grates. So I didn't see anything that was stuck or lodged or anything in. I was only able to look in a couple feet, but we did do the best we could, and we didn't see anything that is further damaging or clogging the catch basin. So does anyone, I guess, have any follow-up questions to that?
I just make a comment that the improvements that have been made since the initial storm event have been substantial.
Mhm.
And it looks like the discharge of sediment is considerably less. We've had a number of rain events since then, and you get over there and take a look at it, see what it looks like, and it looks it's vastly improved. That said, there's a bit more that probably should be done. I think that one of the issues that Mr. Brodsky rightly brought up, was that there's a lot of runoff from the uphill abutter, quite a lot, actually, as it turns out. And I would think that it might be in the applicant's interest to extend the curb they've made on that driveway up the length of their property to keep these two things separated, let's say. There's another issue as well. When we have looked at the as-built and compared it to the approved plan, there's a substantial difference in the contouring that was done. And that's clearly aggravated the situation.
Tom, did we want to address that as part of the COC? This is just the show cause portion of the evening.
Yeah, okay, right.
Sorry.
No,
I know
thank
it's-
you. And thank you, Ms. Pecto. This is Adam Brodsky, and I represent 792 Jerusalem Road Realty Trust. And we will need Mr. Hannon on the line, but I was going to make that point that the only outstanding issue with respect to the show cause was our agreement to assist in the visual inspection of the catch basin. That was done. That dispelled the suggestion that there had been concrete poured down the drains. So with that done, I would ask the commission to vote to indicate that we have satisfied and that there's no need, satisfied your requirements, and there's no need to go forward with further enforcement. And we're prepared to discuss the issues that the chairman has raised in connection with the certificate of compliance. And Mr. Hannon will take the lead to specifically address those points that were raised.
Commissioners, any comments? So, I'll make a motion to lift that enforcement order as.
Oh, it's just a show cause.
Oh,
It
show
was a
cause.
violation. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. It looks like it was satisfactorily addressed. Do I have a second?
Berrigan, second.
Roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, I.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. It passes 5-0-0.
And Adam and I believe Brian, I'm sorry to do this to you, but we do have one more show cause before we get to the certificates of compliance. So we'll have to
Thank you.
do that. Sorry. Stay tuned.
Yes, so next is a show cause hearing for 80 Black Horse Lane for an unpermitted stormwater runoff system.
So I'm going to promote, let's see. So I'm promoting Greg Morse, who is the engineer from Morse Engineering, Kristen Sullivan and her husband, John Sullivan, Wally, from 80 Black Horse Lane, and then contractor Wayne Sawchuk. So I'm in the process of promoting them right now. And if any of you want to stay in the audience, just you can decline it. Okay, thank you. All right, so just to give the commission a short summary, 80 Black Horse Lane was a new home project. We recently issued an extension of the order of conditions so they can finish the project. So shortly after that, I was at a site visit at an abutting property at 90 Black Horse Lane. I did notice that there was some additional disturbance in the 50-foot buffer that appeared to be what looked like a pipe sticking out of the ground, indicative of some sort of subsurface system. So I spoke with Kristen and Morse Engineering and Wayne about that. We visited the site. We looked at it, and Wayne and Greg can definitely go into detail as to the reasoning behind this change. The original site plan called for a pool and patio with a gravel infiltration trench around the edge of the patio, partially in the 50 buffer. So this was a deviation. And so I had recommended in my letter to, issue a show cause hearing to discuss it further with the commission, but also to revise the site plan. And Kristen, I'm sure, can go into some detail as well about some of the other changes that were made by a previous contractor. So at that point, we decided that an amended notice of intent and stormwater permit at this point in time were definitely needed to address any of these changes all at once. Since we're looking at one change, you might as well look at all of them. So Greg and his team have submitted that amended NOI and stormwater permit, but they still need some more time to edit the site plan. So that's why the amended NOI stormwater permit has been continued to the next hearing. But for now, we can, keep the show cause for now to address any commission questions, comments, concerns, and we'll look at the amended site plan at the following meeting. And I can share some photos. And then Wayne has also provided updated photos of what the site looks like now, and he can also go into detail about that. But I will pull up some photos, and then I guess I will turn it over to anybody, Kristen, Wayne, or Greg, who'd like to follow up on that.
Sure, I'll go into detail after you're done with your photos. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Let me pull that up real quick. Not as quick as I would like because I had too many things open. Okay. So this is when we had visited the site. The inspection port you can see in this photo right here. And the outflow pipe is just underneath the erosion barrier, as seen here. And so, yeah, the system is about right here behind the rear of the house. And slightly in front of it is where a pool and patio with the gravel infiltration trench will be built. That is the view of the wetlands, just past the erosion barrier. And then the downspouts and roof leaders from the rear of the house right now are currently connected to this system underground. So that was the site back in late July. So there are some updated photos since then. There also, we'll explain this more as as part of the amended notice of intent and stormwater permit, but just so the commission is aware, there were some cesspools that are supposed to be abandoned. And one of the additional one was located. So we can provide more detail about that as part of the amended hearing. But we did walk the site during this visit to determine any other changes at this time. But I guess for now, Mr. Chair, do you want to just focus on the infiltration system?
Yeah.
Okay. And those are the photos from late July. And then these are the photos on site now, as of a few days ago. Just pull that up. These might be a little slower because they're from my OneDrive, but this was the cesspool. And this is the back of the property now. So it has been stabilized with, I believe, sod and watered. So that's the back. Okay. Wayne or Greg or Kristen, do you guys want to follow up to that?
Sure. This is Gregory Morse. I'm a registered engineer with Morse Engineering representing the Sullivans. I'm the engineer that did the original design of this project. This was a new construction home. We had filed a notice of intent and received an order of conditions. We had filed a stormwater permit as well. As part of the stormwater permit, there was a series of roof dry wells that were to be installed in the front portion of the house, and the gutter system on the front portion of the house was to tie into that dry well system. I was notified by the conservation agent in late July that there was obviously a deviation out here. I met with her, I met with Wayne Sawchuk, the contractor doing the work, and I met with the homeowner in late July. We received the letter from the Conservation Commission on August 2nd, requesting that we attend tonight, as well as file for an amendment of our order of conditions and stormwater permit. We did that almost immediately thereafter, and we're obviously in attendance tonight. The stormwater system that we're discussing, as you look at this plan, Charlotte, if you want to put your cursor on where it was installed, it was right behind where the proposed pool is in the backyard. This is an area that was existing lawn. This site had previously been developed as part of a larger estate. You can see that there was an existing pool house back there. You can see where the existing tree line was. So it was an existing lawn area. Mr. Sawchuk installed this system. It consists of 6 infiltrator chambers, so a relatively low impact dry well system, and it takes the gutters off the back of the roof of the garage specifically, and puts them in. There are 6 infiltrators in the ground. 6 infiltrators on the ground take up approximately 90 square feet in size. This is an extra system. This isn't a system that was required to comply with any portion of the stormwater bylaw. The only system required to comply was the one that was in the front yard, which you'll see at the front left corner of the house, and that was also installed. This area here, again, where the system was installed, I see this as a redundant. It's not a necessary system by any means. It's in an area that was existing, disturbed area. It's already been completely revegetated. It's not subject to erosion. It's underground. It's a stormwater device. It's not a structure that's additionally used on the surface. So that's what I can offer regarding the dry well system.
I can offer just a quick thing. The stormwater unit in the front of the house only conducts 1 downspout. And the way the gutters were, there was more water going to the right of the front of the house in the corner, and then in the back corner. And then there was one under the porch in the back and another one there. And I felt like the system was designed to take more water, but it can't take the 4 other downspouts. So I thought the best thing to do was to put another system in and make sure that it went around the pool area that was going to be, make sure that it was not interfering with any other things that are in the ground that were permitted. My failure was to bring it up and present it to Charlotte before I did it, but I was under the gun. You saw the grading and the little pipe that came up. That was scheduled to be done right away. So I had to, and I submitted some pictures of the actual unit in the ground and stuff. And I thought that if it was my house, that'd be the best thing in the world to do, to have all of the downspouts, all petition. Now I couldn't put it nearer the house because there were setback requirements of can't be within 10 feet of the building, and you couldn't be 10 feet to the property line. So that was like the only place that I felt as I could put it. And so that was the problem. So it was done to take four of the downspouts versus the front taking 1. So I thought that would certainly improve the groundwater conditions.
So again, this is an extra system. This was not necessary to be installed. The original design as approved did not install or did not propose any dry well system attached to the back of the house. It was just to flow out over the surface of the ground to the Gulf River. That's land subject to coastal storm flowage. So there's no requirement to comply with rates or volumes of runoff. The only purpose for providing dry wells at all on a site like this is to provide the minimum recharge volume because of the increase in impervious surface area, which is achieved solely by the dry well system in the front. So again, this is a redundant, not necessary, you know, it was placed out of the way of the pool, which is yet to be installed. So it's not a system that's relied upon to comply with any regulation or any permit of any kind. Turn it over to you.
Commissioners?
If there's an overflow on this, what's the where's the overflow go?
So there's overflows on both of these dry well systems. When we design these dry wells on any of the houses or any of the projects I do, they're not sized to handle, you know, the 100-year storm event. They're typically sized to handle the half-inch or 1-inch, you know,
2-year
storm event. Yeah. And then they almost all have an overflow either right at the base of the downspout, you know, adjacent to the building where the gutter goes into the ground would be an overflow, or sometimes they have them at the location of the dry well chambers themselves. This one here, there's an overflow that I think Charlotte circled there, right at the edge of the erosion control barrier. They ran out a 4-inch and it's a you know, a 4-inch pipe just to daylight. It's not a, you know, a swale. It's not a structure of any kind, but it's just a 4-inch pipe to daylight is what it is.
So should we concern ourselves that it's a point of erosion?
It's not going to take that much. I mean, it doesn't take that much water being directed to it because you're not directing the entirety of the house to that system. You know, it's just a reduced portion of the roof that goes to that system. And it has to make its way through the chamber system. So it should be coming out at a fairly low velocity at that point.
Well, if it's going to overflow on anything above a 2-year storm, that means at a 10-year storm, you're going to get quite a flow out of it.
You'll get flow out of it. It will back up through the pipe system, you know, up to the gutter as well and provide an overflow there as well. You know, the area between the wetland and where that overflow pipe is, you know, is pretty well vegetated. That's the area that we had filed a notice of intent or an RDA on this project, I believe, back in 2016. That's part of the meadow area. Picture of it, Charlotte. Yeah, it's kind of an open meadow, which is to be mowed. I think the requirements were once a year, or permission was granted for once a year for that area to be mowed. But it is very well heavily vegetated. I haven't seen any erosion out there. We can certainly keep an eye on it. And if necessary, we could, you know, put some stone down.
Commissioners?
Is the pool house still there?
Yes, the pool house is still there. It was an existing structure.
Right. Okay.
They were going to remodel it as part of the house project and then, you know, have the new pool in front of it.
Right.
It's just to the left of this picture as you see it.
And so, Charlotte, is this structure in the 50-foot buffer?
Yes, the approved plan called for I'll pull it back up. It called for a
Stone trench.
Pool just outside the 50, a patio area wrapping partially into the 50, and then we also had a gravel infiltration trench at the edge of the patio. So some of this work was approved in the 50, but the existing pool house was to remain. There was an existing sinkhole cesspool to be abandoned, but I think, Greg, correct me if I'm wrong, this was in the incorrect spot, so it was resurveyed to be further behind the pool house. So yeah, the infiltration system is in the 50-foot buffer, partially in the place of where the patio and the infiltration trench were supposed to be from the approved plan.
And it is still the intent to install that patio and the infiltration trench and pool. It's just not being done at this point in time. So none of the stormwater devices that were originally proposed are being removed by this proposal. Those all remain in place.
Any further comments? So with that, it sounds like we probably just need to close this out, huh?
Yeah, so the amended NOI and stormwater permit are scheduled for next meeting, but yeah, for the purpose of the show cause hearing, if the commission doesn't have any other concerns, you can vote to close it, and then we'll just proceed with the amended plan.
Let's do that. So I move to close the show cause. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Bill Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. Passes 5-0-0.
Great, thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is that it for show cause then?
Yes.
Yeah, Lambert's is continued. So on to certificates of compliance. We're back to 10 Ocean Ledge, resume.
Yep. Yeah, let me
Not to resume, but to consider the certificate of completion.
yes, sorry, let me just bring back the applicant, 792 Realty Trust, and Adam Brodsky from DTM Law, and then I will also promote Jed Hannon from Atlantic Coast Engineering. So the applicant has submitted, and his engineer have submitted a certificate of compliance for the stormwater permit 21-11. I will pull up the as-built, but I can also show the approved plan as well. So
Yeah, do both.
yep. Sorry, too many documents. Great. Okay, so this is the as-built, and I will also pull up the approved plan. Just let me know when you guys want to switch back and forth.
Sure.
So I did final inspection earlier this week with Jed and with the applicant. And I did walk through my comments. Jed, I saw that you had responded to my email later today. I unfortunately did not have time to read it fully. I skimmed it, so definitely feel free to jump in on, responding to some of these. So just so that the commission's aware, the long-term operation and maintenance plan is in the process of being recorded. So I can, if a COC were to be issued, I can issue it as soon as I get any recording proof for that long-term operation maintenance document, which per our regulations is required to be recorded prior to the issuance of a COC. So some of the changes that I noted in looking at this as-built and looking at the approved plan, I will get to some of the more minor changes first, and then I think that the chair's already brought up some of the other ones. There were some trees that were removed in the southern area behind the home. There was a layer that was turned back on in an updated as-built that will be provided. There were some coniferous trees that were removed in the back of the home. The gravel infiltration trench that you see here was further extended. Technically it's south, but it was extended further upland along the abutting property driveway to account for some of the drainage concerns that we've been addressing in the show cause hearing and that you'll hear more of tonight. The rim elevation for some of the catch basins along the driveway are slightly higher than approved, but I think that can speak a little bit more to that. And there is a 12 by 12 overflow grate that was also added. So the outflow pipe is still here and it's daylighted. It was just extended to be further down in the front yard. There was an additional catch basin that you see right here. It says a drywall rim 33.41 that was added in the yard to account for some additional drainage during construction per the instruction of the building inspector, I believe. There were some gravel trenches that were added along the southeastern side of the driveway, some cobble apron obviously at the end and cobble edging. The curb berm that the chair has previously noted that was added along the edge of the riprap slope to address some of the abutter concerns. of the rip up slope potentially, falling into their driveway. Diverters, which you can't see on the as-built, and I think Jed can add those as well. Some diverters were added around this catch basin right here and further up along the driveway to more directly channel stormwater coming down from the abutting driveway into this catch basin before it goes into the one further down gradient on Ocean Ledge, and then to obviously channel runoff more directly going into these catch basins along the driveway before going into the trench drain and eventually out leaving the site. So some of the other changes that I think are a little bit bigger in nature were that, again, as the chair already mentioned, in the rear of the property, which I'll pull up the approved plan as well, there is some grading changes that are back here. I can show the approved plan for reference, but the orientation of the grading seems to point more down to the abutting driveway. So currently we still have the erosion control barrier installed on site in front of the trench to just kind of try and mitigate any potential erosion still leaving the site at this time. So I know Jed can speak more to that. It may have been potentially caused from any utility changes, utility installations that were added in the rear of the home. And the 5 trees per plan were planted. There were 5 trees that were supposed to be planted. And then the house had a drywall system here. So that was installed per plan, along with a antifreeze system that is installed underneath the riprap slope in the trench. And that connects from this side of the home that you see here. The box is right here in this corner, right near the garage, and it goes down. And as you can see, the trench here. So, in terms of the stormwater management systems, at least in this end of the home, it seems like everything's been installed. It's at least in my end, I was more questioning the grading changes. But with that, I can turn it over to Jed and Mr. Brodsky and the applicant if they want to address my comments here in more detail, in addition to what you said via email. And I can pull up the approved plan as well.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Charlotte. Good evening, commission members. Jed Hanna with Atlantic Coast Engineering. Charlotte did a very good job explaining, some of the deviations. I know that the building inspector suggested, didn't tell us, but he suggested that we added some riprap to the edge of road along the shared driveway. And then the neighbor upland from the shared driveway had some concerns about the riprap in the riprap swale potentially rolling down, during a storm event or, during a winter snow event. So the owner and builder proactively put in a asphalt berm to retain any of that riprap along the edge of driveway along that left side there. So that was kind of a proactive measure to, play nice in the sandbox and mitigate concerns from abutters. We have been out to the project several times throughout construction. Most recently in the last 4 to 6 weeks during the growing season, after this property was hydro seeded, and thankfully Mother Nature has provided quite a bit of rain, as you know, over the last several weeks. So the grass has taken quite well. I'd say it's probably 99% established and grown in. There was a very minor erosion, I think on the 18th of August. But again, it's a very small area, and that's being addressed. The system overall is working, the stormwater management system overall is working very well. We were out there during several 1 inch an hour rain events, which actually exceed the 100-year design event, which is 8 inches in 24 hours. We were seeing 1 inch in 1 hour. And the system was very much handling the stormwater very well from the roofs down to the Cultex, and then in terms of how the driveway is sloped, the catch basins and the dry wells. So the system's running very well. We don't have any concerns with that. That's why we put together the COC request letter, along with the other documentation. The concern with contours in the rear, Charlotte, I did send a revised as-built. One of our
Okay.
engineers literally just finished it around 5 o'clock, so I
Oh,
sent it over to
okay.
you. Yeah, part of the issue on that, which if I could explain, in the original design, the contour line spacing was 2-foot intervals. In the as-built, the surveyor that we had do the as-built is very particular. So he used 1-foot contour spacing. So it appears as though there's a lot more fill perhaps, but it's actually not really the case at all. It's, if you look at the elevations, on the revised as-built, we changed the contour spacing to 2 feet. You'll see that it very much reflects what was in the approved design. The only deviation area was in the rear, where the gas line installation was done. I wasn't out there. That was kind of the early phase of the project. Ryan, the owner developer, can kind of explain that, but I know there was a fair amount of excavation that had to take place. There was a little bit of ledge that had to be removed. So there was some regrading, if you will, that had to be done. And of course, the majority of the property, other than where the house, the driveway, and the riprap swales are located, was loomed and seeded and graded, to the best of the site contractor's ability. There were some dead trees removed in the rear that were shown on the original design that was approved. I don't know if you want to switch back to that, Charlotte, or I can share my screen. So the gray sort of, Chinese star looking type trees there, those were all dead and removed, excuse me. The count was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I believe 6. Those were all dead and just removed from the site. The well was installed as well, no pun intended. I think that's really the bulk of it. Again, the stormwater management system's working very well. You're welcome to look at the revised as-built, which I'm sure you will. And it very much reflects a lot of what the original design looked like, because the contour spacing interval is now the same versus the original design, the original as-built, which had 1-foot spacing. So there's a little bit of a visual issue that, self-inflicted by our CAD input, but we've revised that. And again, we'll be happy to go over that with you. Happy to open up to any questions you may have. Thank you.
Commissioners? Charlotte, would you put up the pre-construction contour map?
So is the riprap along the road, is that on the revised as-built?
Yes.
And yeah, Jed, sorry, I was sent at 7, so I didn't see it. Is the curbing added? And let's see, was there that was it. So it was the curbing, the extended trench, the 2-foot intervals, the trees, and if there's anything else. I think that was, and the diverters. Is that on the updated as-built? We can pull it back up, but just want to confirm, is that also all reflected on the as-built that was just sent?
Yes, in fact, if you want, I can share my screen. I have it open right now.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I have both, but yeah, if you want to share your screen, that's great.
Okay, thank you. Can everybody see that okay? I'll certainly zoom in more. All right, can everybody see that okay? All right. So the gray trees that are shown along the edge of road and where the new riprap was added, again, per the building inspector's recommendations, not direction, but his recommendation, those trees were not shown on the previous as-built. So that layer was actually turned off. So we put that layer back on in CAD. They exist. Those are all good ripe trees. Charlotte, you saw that on Monday when we did the walkthrough. The other 5 green trees are the ones that were required and agreed to as per the stormwater permit. So those are in place. They're growing quite well. They've been watered plenty. The contour lines are now the same interval as per the approved design. So I'll call it the visual awkwardness of the 1 foot spacing that gave a misperception that added fill was brought in is not the case at all. So if you look at the back of the site, a lot of it's ledge. So and if you look at the elevation 62, 64, it's the same elevations on the 1 foot contour spacing. So again, it appears as though added fill was brought in, but it's really not the case. The gas line, which you can see in sort of gold yellow, there was some, from what I understand, again, I wasn't out there, but there was some blasting and excavation, obviously, to put the gas line in. So there was some recontouring there that might have slightly shifted the contour lines, but in terms of fill, there wasn't any significant amount of fill brought in. I hope that answers the question. So, but yeah, this is the updated as-built. I can scroll down to the property. There's the 2 blue Caltex, which carry the stormwater runoff from the house. And then eventually, that water daylights at the 12 by 12 overgrate. The stormwater along the driveway, that system's working great during a 1 inch an hour event, which is well above the design capacity. This whole system was over designed because of our concern and the commission's concern for ledge. Again, I'm happy to answer any more questions. Thank you.
Sorry, Jed, just to confirm, can you show where the diverters and the curbing is now labeled on the plan too? I'm squinting at this writing.
Oh, sure. Let me just get my bearings and zoom in.
We can also show photos. I just think, for the purposes of the as-built, as long as that's documented, that's great.
Okay. So if I'm using my right color words, I believe it's magenta, sort of that purple.
Okay.
That purple line, as it comes around to the riprap swale, that's basically the edge of driveway, center line of berm. And then as you get down to the bottom, just by the blue, the catch basin with the rim of 28.27, just before that is where the berm ends, and the driveway sort of flattens for a little bit before it makes its way downhill towards Jerusalem Road.
Charlotte, what was?
Sorry, Chris, you cut out.
Yes, sorry. What was the 5 tree condition?
There were 5 trees that were supposed to be planted per the approved plan, and there was actually a list of plantings that were in the site plan. So the 5 trees that are planted here in the as-built came from that list. So there's 2 maples, an elm tree, a silky dogwood, and a sheep laurel bush. I don't know why some of these were called trees, but they were on the approved list for the plan that we approved.
Well, I agree that the right side of the system works remarkably well. This is a challenging site. And we did have a pretty heavy rainfall. My concern is still the left side, where we're getting that's where most of the sediment was coming from. And I think that it helped an awful lot that trench was extended, but also that the some turf was put along the edges. It's Charlotte, could you put up in the first submission, there was a contour map of this area prior to construction. Can you call that up?
Oh, and existing conditions?
Yeah, existing conditions.
Okay, yeah,
Let's see how that compares to some extent to what's been regraded or graded in the on the left side of this. I believe that's 2-foot contours as well, but maybe not.
Jed, can I share my screen? There were 2 existing condition documents, so I can pull up both. Thank you.
Sure.
Pulling up both of them. Okay, so here's one. The other one I think has more of aerial imagery.
Charlotte, I think if you rotate that 90 degrees clockwise, it'd be maybe easier to compare with the, yeah, maybe.
You have to read the numbers a different way, but.
Yeah, that's all right. Scroll down so we can see that piece of the property that's above the house. Yeah, right in there. And you know, we don't have the house there, but one of the and are those 1-foot contours? I think they are.
Yes.
Yeah. So it's comparable to the other map. What's different about this one is probably the complexity. You can see that instead of having nice straight contours going all across like a washboard, you lost us there. There are a lot of convoluted contours here, and I wonder whether or not this had a lot to do with slowing the water down and maybe even infiltrating it. We have a report from a neighbor who's no longer a neighbor that in 25 years he'd never seen water come off that part of the hill. We have video of quite a lot of water coming off that hill. Part of it indeed is coming from uphill from the abutter's property and also down the driveway from even higher on the hill. But I guess my concern is here, what we're looking at right now is that we have the water has a straight shot. It's not gonna, these convoluted contours are going to make more complex flow paths than a flat lawn with essentially parallel contours. And so getting a lot of spillover onto that driveway still. And so I don't think this upper section works as brilliantly as the lower section. Whether it meets its numbers, I don't know. The stormwater model has a single design point, even though there are clearly more than one subcatchment here on this property. So we really don't know what the effect is of the putting in the lawn or reducing the complexity of the contours here in terms of sheet runoff. But what we can see though, when you're out there when it's raining, is it's going down the driveway, when before it looks like it probably didn't. Again, so it just seems to me that it would be relatively simple to just extend that riprap trench farther up the hill, maybe to the property corner there on the left-hand side, to reduce that effect.
So I can provide some feedback on that. So,
Yeah.
you know, obviously the intent of adding the additional, I believe it's 3 foot wide riprap along edge of driveway is to slow down the velocity of the stormwater coming off this new home site, as well as any of the runoff from the abutting properties to the upland. I guess I'd ask for Ryan the owner developer Ryan to weigh in on that. You know, if that is something that will satisfy the commission to, you know, kind of move this forward, you know, I'm certainly amenable to it. I don't think there's obviously been a fair amount of additional costs incorporated into this project, but sometimes that's what happens when you have abutters and other issues going on, and that's what you got to do. So I'm certainly amenable to it. Ryan, if you want to raise your hand and weigh in.
Jed, this is Adam Brodsky, and I've got a question because I know that the stormwater that was observed down the driveway was a result of the landscaper removing those erosion controls during those storm event, which we have remedied, as you mentioned, sod, the additional riprap, and the berm. With all of that area stabilized and those features already installed, have you observed water coming off the site from down that driveway during storm events? Because I believe the problem is solved. And I know that the property owners don't want to invest any more money into this. This project has cost so far more than expected. They've done a lot of additional work out there to mitigate some of their problems, but also to mitigate other problems not caused by them. And so I think there's a reluctance to go out there and do any additional work. So I just want to make sure that, you know, the conditions that were observed have been remedied, and it's actually necessary to do more work out there. Because I assume that with all of these modifications, we're meeting standards, but I'm not an engineer.
Yeah, Adam, I can speak a little bit to that. It might be helpful to show not the whole video, but just the portion of the video that was sent by the abutter on August 18th. You can see some sediment leaving the site. I think it may be a combination of two things, and the question is how much is one causing the other. But you know, the back of the area, the rear side of the property was hydroseeded, with the exception of the sodded portion closest to the trench. So the hydroseed is for the most part majority vegetative cover, but it still isn't 100%. So in that last rainstorm that we had on Friday the 18th, you can see some sediment still leaving the site, even with the erosion control barrier, the sod, and the trench. So I'm happy to show that. And this is the file that I couldn't send you guys because it's like 162 megabytes, but or gigabytes, whatever. But yeah, if it helps to show that, I can. But we did see in the video that there is some sediment still leaving the site, but it might be due to the fact that we don't have 100% grass coverage in the back. It's definitely majority coverage, just maybe not 100%. That might be a reason why some of it's
right. And Jed mentioned at the beginning of his presentation that there was an incident recently that was attributable to some
yes.
So I guess the question for Jed is, once that is finally landscaped, are we going to have a repeat of that problem?
It's a good question.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily expect to see a lot of sediment coming off of it once that turf is established. I mean, yes, it's probably germinated by now, but that doesn't mean it's stable. It's not stable, and probably for a growing season before it's really stable to send those roots down a ways. I would just say that I've been over there during rainstorms and I've watched it. And it looks like where the berm has been added and there's gravel or riprap behind it, or coarse stone, it's very effective at preventing water from getting on the driveway. And as soon as you get above that area where that asphalt berm or curb has been put in, you still have quite a bit of flow off of the hillside there. Maybe it's within spec, I don't know. But you certainly can't tell from the groundwater model or the HydroCAD model, because there's only one design point here. There should have been, I would think, 2, if not 3 design points here on this property. But we didn't expect that there was going to be so much work done in the backyard. Didn't look like it when that was approved. So I don't know that there is more water coming off than is permissible. I do know that water is coming off there. It's running down that driveway. Come winter, it's going to be a hazard. It's not entirely this property's issue either. But anything that could be done here to reduce the hazard, it's a steep driveway. Anything that could be done to reduce the hazard, particularly during the winter, I would think would be wise. And I think that the abutters would be pleased.
Chair Bell, I see that Mr. Conley's got his hand up, so.
Yes, please, Mr. Conley.
Hi, yes, Ryan Conley, 792 Jerusalem Realty Trust. I just want to tell the committee I've done everything possible to that property. We fixed the neighbor's driveway. We pitched it, raised it, made sure it would pitch to the catch basin. We paved Ocean Ledge Drive. We've just done a lot of extras there that aren't part of the bylaw. So I just want to, I don't know if Charlotte can have pictures of the back or the paved areas that we've created to mitigate some of the neighbors' issues. But for me to extend that riprap swale, I mean, it's already grass back there. It's all sodded up. It wouldn't make any sense. I spend over 100,000 fixing the neighbor's property. Now, show me where that is stated in the bylaw.
What was the paving a condition of your building permit?
The paving was a condition of Ocean Ledge Drive if it got damaged. It had nothing to do with the neighbor's driveway.
So if I understand you right, then you had to do Ocean Ledge Drive, but by extending it up the driveway, you did that.
We did about 150 feet of the neighbor's driveway.
Yeah.
We repitched it 15 inches so it would pitch correctly down to Ocean Ledge. It's just ongoing. I mean, this shouldn't, I'm willing to help, but I mean, I've already done a lot of, mediation with the abutters. I can't, I don't know if Charlotte can show you a picture on the back side of the property where it's already.
Yeah, Ryan, I'm going through my photos now as you're talking. So I am showing the back of the property here, the back of the house.
Yeah, the
and
way
showing
back.
The
where
way back?
Yeah, where Mr. Bell wants me to put the riprap.
Yeah, so further up here past where the berm ends. So I am showing these photos where we just have the trench that was extended.
No, I think I
Right
sent
here.
you. No, it goes way past that.
Yeah, Charlotte, I think if you showed the first, started about 40 seconds into either 1528 or 1605. 1526 is on 716.
Okay.
And video 1605 is on 820, the 23rd of.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, that you want me to show the August 18th, I'm sorry, the August 18th video?
Yeah. I just.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, he went, that's way further up from my photos. Correct. I was mostly walking the site, obviously.
Yeah.
Just letting it load. Give me 1 second. Okay, stop. Okay, hold on. Can everyone see this?
Yeah, So which one is this?
This is the August 18th.
18 August, yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, it's a little loud.
I'll email you a picture of the
So that's, yeah, so the beginning of the video shows obviously the very top.
Yeah, and obviously a lot of water's coming from, well, uphill from this property. But there's a substantial amount coming across that lawn as well.
yeah, because the driveway's pitched wrong.
Yeah,
I mean, this has been a historical issue, you know? They gotta pitch their driveway to their property, not to mine. So, Tom, can you explain to me where it says that I have to repair the neighbor's driveway in the bylaw?
no, you don't.
Okay,
And who required you to do that?
Wasn't me.
Mr. Hallen wouldn't come out and inspect unless it was done.
Oh, that's not the Conservation Commission.
Yeah, take that up with him.
Yeah.
So if I might redirect this question, the question is whether the design and construction conforms to the stormwater standards. And as you know, we're not required to prevent all water coming off our site. We're supposed to control water so that there's no more water coming off our site than existing conditions. And I believe Jed will confirm that the project meets stormwater standards. We've done our very best to address a larger scale issue, some of which is not our fault. But if the project meets standards and the system was constructed in accordance with the plan, subject to modifications, and those modifications meet standards, we're entitled to a certificate of compliance.
So again,
Yes,
sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I agree with you totally. I guess the question is whether or not the standards are being met. That's the question. Have the alterations changed the standards? That's my question.
And Jed, can you please answer that question for Mr. McFarland?
Certainly. The project is substantially, 99.8% compliant with the original design. The stormwater management system works excellent. There's a slight erosion issue that I know the landscaper was fixing, that Charlotte had the video of, that we walked through on Monday, this past Monday, 3 days ago. Very, very small area that's getting fixed. That a small amount of sediment was coming off from the site, but it was also getting caught by the mulch sock. So that was really the only area that needed to get addressed. Again, thankfully, Mother Nature's given us a lot of rain. This site is very well established. The pictures you saw earlier, I think, were from quite a few weeks ago. The grass
Those are actually from Monday.
The pictures are from Monday?
The pictures that I showed were from Monday, correct?
Okay. So again, we're in compliance with the stormwater regulations. We've over mitigated neighbors' issues in the spirit of cooperation on the project, and we've done everything we can. This is over designed. It was peer reviewed, and the system works great.
I agree that the lower part of the system is performing apparently perfectly. What I'm still questioning this left side of the property, and let me ask you, Mr. Hannon, when you made the HydroCAD model, you had a single design point. You treated this all as one subcatchment. Is that correct?
I could pull up the stormwater we have so many
So,
projects. It's hard,
and
it's hard to
Chairman Bell,
remember.
I'm a little bit confused because it seems to me you're criticizing the approval for the project, which I don't know whether you sat on or not. But regardless, we have a permit. The project was peer reviewed. And so again, I don't think it's appropriate to go back and criticize the approval, which you may or may not have been involved with, that had been peer reviewed. The question is whether what's constructed is consistent, again, with what was approved, subject to modification. So I have a problem revisiting the approval for this, which is essentially what you're doing in this instance.
Is what? So let me just say that the stormwater system is we're regulating to its performance. Is it working? And on some of the lot, it seems to be working great. Some of it isn't. So the question is, are you making your numbers in these? Obviously, to have this as one subcatchment is unrealistic. If you looked at the original contours, there's at least two, if not three. But it was modeled as a single subcatchment, so it doesn't look like that model captured the reality of this left side of the drawing. I don't know whether it did, I don't know whether it did or whether
you can. It would seem appropriate that you should raise those questions on future projects, but not a project for which we have an approval and we've constructed in accordance with that approval.
You're not in compliance if the system's not performing.
There's no evidence that the system is not compliance, except one incident of apparently erosion, which, unless I'm correct, no sediment moved off that site. It was collected in the erosion controls recently because of an area of bare ground. Again, I can't speak to the numbers.
Plenty of sediment moved off the site and was not captured.
Several weeks ago, plenty of sediment were moved off site because the erosion control barriers had not been placed by the landscaper. We're past that point. The question is the site now, as presently configured. Again, and Jed, you can confirm whether the site meets its numbers. If it meets its numbers, we're entitled to a certificate of compliance. And again, your criticisms may be fair of this review of this project, but those criticisms should be applied to a future project and not one that's already been approved and upon which we've relied upon.
Mr. Brodsky, you asked of the engineer whether or not it meets the standards, and he said it works very well. He never said whether the numbers meet the standards. If you could simply tell us whether or not the numbers meet the standards, then we can move ahead with this. But as you said, you're not an engineer. We're waiting for the engineer to say that the performance meets the standards.
Yes, sir.
So that's what we're waiting for.
Yes, no problem. Sorry for if I was ambiguous at all. The numbers meet the standards, the stormwater regulations. It's the same tributary area, and it's working fine. Again, there was one minor little washout that we looked at on Monday. It's being addressed. The runoff is percolating as it's supposed to, and it's making its way down the riprap swale, which is slowing down the velocity of the water. So it meets the standards, and a COC should be issued. Thank you.
And to respond to that, might be able to summarize some of the maybe things that we'd like to see for a certificate of compliance. So just to refresh everyone's memory, per our regulations, and obviously in accordance with stormwater standards, obviously we have to meet the standards here. The stormwater BMPs have to be functioning, which the engineer has certified are working. The other two requirements are final site grading and permanent site stabilization, AKA vegetative cover. So due to the minor, runoff issues that we saw on Friday and on site on Monday, we may need to fix some of the vegetative cover just to prevent any further sediment from leaving the site. But if, Jed, if it sounds like the commission just wants to see those updated calculations, just to confirm that the changes made to the site still show that the numbers work. If you're able to provide an updated calculation summary at the very least, in addition to obviously the applicant working on just fixing that vegetative cover, that seems like, at least in my opinion, it seems like we're in a good stance to issue a COC unless the commission disagrees. But those are the two things that I think we need to see for assurance, I guess, is what I'm trying to say, to meet the regulations for a COC as it's written.
Ms. Pectel, we'd be happy to provide those. And again, this has been kicking around for a while. We really need the COC. So I'd ask the commission if they're willing to do this, is to authorize you to issue the COC upon providing that additional information together with the recording of the O&M plan, which
Correct.
we're ready to do.
Yep.
We just want to make sure that nothing had changed.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm okay with that if the commission is. I think that's fair.
Sure. Let's do it. That sounds acceptable. So I move that we issue a COC with the conditions that the model numbers be run again, reassure us that you are within spec here, that the vegetation be stabilized, and evidence of both of those be submitted to Charlotte for administrative, not administrative approval, will it be? It's just a condition?
Contingent upon, yeah.
Contingent upon, okay, right.
And then also the long-term operation and maintenance plan to be recorded.
Second,
Sorry, that's the third thing, yeah.
Roll call vote. Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Bill Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Kathy Berrigan.
Kathy Berrigan, right.
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. Passes 5-0-0.
Thank you very much for your patience on this one.
Thank you. Have a great night.
You're awesome.
What's next?
All right, hold on, changing gears here.
Yeah.
All right, so the next on the list we have,
Yeah.
actually, Tom, if you're okay with it, we have the applicants from 3 and 9 Diablane, and the engineer will be presenting all of the COs, well, most of the COCs for the rest of the evening. Can we do 3 and 9 Diablane before
Yeah.
Dolan Lane?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do
All right, we'll go in order. So we'll start with 3 Diablane. And I will promote Greg Morse from Morse Engineering, representing the applicant, L. Smith, 3 Diablane. All right. Sorry, let me get my paperwork here. So just to refresh the commission's memory real quick, these were 2017 stormwater permits for 3, 9, and 15 Diab. They were 3 separate permit numbers: stormwater permit 16-36, 16-37, 16-38 for 3, 9, and 15 respectively. However, I do want to reiterate for anybody who was present for these hearings in 2017 that the original site plan had all 3 sites on the plan. And I'm sorry, 3 properties, excuse me. And so the plan that was approved showed 3, 9, and 15. So the drainage systems that were designed and accounted for from, I believe, Cavanero, included some systems between 3 and 9 and 9 and 15. So the whole 3 property area was designed with that in mind. So even though we're looking at these COCs separately, just kind of wanted to draw that together. So I'm going to pull up the as-built really quickly. And while I'm doing that, starting with 3 Diab, this is the one that's at the top of the hill at the corner of Diab and Howe Road. So it's the one that's furthest upland. This one, sorry, there is a stormwater easement between 3 and 9 for a gravel infiltration trench. So that easement has been recorded with the Registry of Deeds, and the applicant has also recorded her long-term operation and maintenance plan. And sorry, I'm trying to do this while I'm talking. Walking through the site, I did note a few deviations, but I did talk about those with the engineer and with the applicant. And then just so that the commission is also aware, there was an original planting plan that has been severely outdated due to a lot of changes that were administratively approved by myself and the chair. And just so that the commission is aware, this is the current as-built, and I will show the currently approved plan for 3 Diab. So after 2021, when changes were being made administratively, that's when the site plans separated, where we saw just 3, just 9, and just 15, but you still see these shared infiltration systems between the properties. So that's just the historical reference. And then some of the deviations that I did note, that there is a tiny Juliet second story, it's calling it a deck here, but it's a balcony that was added. It's a pervious structure, so I didn't have any major concerns with that. Didn't impact stormwater calculations according to the engineer. The final site walkway in the front is pervious, so that was just clarified in writing. And then that's honestly kind of it for 3 Diab. The owner did hire Paragon Landscaping to do a planting plan, and after speaking and working with her, she chose all native species. And you can, it's not clearly labeled on the as-built here, but there were a bunch of trees, shrubs, grasses, perennials that were all planted around the property, and a handful of native trees that were planted. So again, the as-built doesn't specifically say which species, but she has provided the planting invoices for that. And then again, the shared drainage easement between 3 and 9, this document has been recorded for both properties. So there were no dry wells with this site. The roof leaders and roof drains all kind of channel towards this drainage swale. And I can show pictures of that as well. But I guess for this property in particular, does anyone have any questions or comments?
Yeah, that drainage easement just discharges directly onto the street. It was a poorly conceived system.
I can pull up the approved plan, but it will be, I have to zoom in a lot because again, it showed all 3 sites. But do you guys want to see that for comparison, or do you want to see the most recently approved, administratively approved 3 Diab Lane site plan?
Let's see that.
Okay. I just gotta find that. There we go. Okay, so this, again, splitting up the site plans just to show this, but you can see the swale here. This swale was on the original design. The utility trench was administratively approved. It was originally supposed to go through this massive ledge outcrop directly from the rear of the house down to Howe Road. So the utilities were revised to, kind of hug along this area of disturbance. But other than that, the trench, this was the approved trench design with the grading and direction. You can see the other half of it, obviously on the 9 Diab plan, but.
So, comments?
Charlotte, when you say the sidewalk is pervious.
The walkway here? Yeah.
Yeah, what do you mean by that?
It is, I believe, bluestone separated with a gravel base underneath. And Greg, please correct me if I'm wrong, but it's this little walkway right up here connecting from the gravel driveway.
Further comments? So I move that we approve the certification of compliance for Which one is this? Stormwater permit 1636, 3 Diab. Do I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McFarland,
McFarland, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. This passes 5-0-0.
Will Ashton, aye.
Oh, jeez,
Hey, you got all of us tonight, Tom.
I know. I can't see your face, that's why.
Time you're catching us off guard. You're changing the alphabetical order each time you call a vote. You're keeping me awake here, all right? Got to be on my toes.
Okay, so
Right,
the
here's to
next
9.
one is 9. Yeah.
Okay. Let me see if, oh, there he is. Yep. Okay, so I'm promoting Andrew Gallagher, who is the current property owner and general contractor for 9 Diab. So I'll pull up the as-built, and then I can also pull up the the most recent approved plan for 9. So this is the as-built for 9. So this is the property in the middle between 3 and 15. So you can still see that the drainage easement is shown on this side of the property. This one did have a dry well and other system that I'll talk about, and Greg can definitely help with some of these. But yeah, so this one had a dry well going with the roof leaders from the rear to this system, and also basically the whole, I think actually the entire house actually draining into this. And then there's an outflow pipe that goes underneath this boulder wall into the trench right here. It's called a stone swale that is between 9 and 15. So I can show photos of that too, but just so that, you guys can see, this is obviously the property in the middle that connects the 3 and 9 drainage easement that goes into the street, down the road, and then also connects this drainage swale here between 9 and 15. So some of the deviations that I noted to Jeff Hassett, and Greg can help with kind of addressing some of these. There on the approved plan, which I can pull up as well, there was a right above this approximate dry well location, there was a 5-foot wide, 10-foot long, 1-foot deep infiltration trench that was part of the approved plan, but it just wasn't installed. I don't think it was determined that it wasn't necessary, and Greg can speak more to that. This had separate connections from the downspouts in the rear of the property. So I'll show up the approved plan for reference, but that was one of the changes. And then the front of the house connects more towards this dry well system that's right here. They did uncover the overflow pipe. It was buried underneath the stone wall, but the applicant has dug that out and provided photos. So it does connect to the stone swale that you see here. And then I did note that at least on site, the drainage easement swale seems to be a little bit shorter, and Jeff Hassett had clarified it's only slightly shorter, but doesn't have an adverse impact on the stormwater calculations. And then Andrew and Greg can speak to this too, but this boulder wall that you see here that connects 9 and 15 was done to stabilize the slope. There was supposed to be a retaining wall structure that was going to be behind this proposed deck. There was also supposed to be a terrace next to this deck that was not built. But the deck is smaller than the approved design. So there was a retaining wall that was supposed to stabilize the back slope of the site up against the tree protection line. So Andrew and Greg can explain that a little bit more, but that's still the intention of this boulder wall design instead. The gravel driveway is shorter than the approved plan. I'll show the approved plan for reference, but it's supposed to curve around this landscaping area that you see right at the front facing Diab Lane. Applicant determined that he wanted to preserve this area a little bit more, so he shortened the gravel driveway to just obviously face the garage and the road. And the grading slopes, I think, were just slightly different around this southeastern side of the property. I don't know how much of a difference it actually makes. The engineer Jeff Hassett clarified that it won't have an adverse impact to drainage calculations. They're just supposed to slope a little bit more, I think, further north, and I can show the approved plan for comparison. And then, as I noted previously, the terrace wasn't built back here, but the pervious deck structure is smaller. And some of the elevations for the dry well, it's a little bit higher than the approved design, but Jeff had clarified that this is a minor adjustment. And we clarified some of the tree protection area here where trees it looked like they were removed, but it seems like they weren't, because the trees here that are all shown on the as-built plan are still remaining in front of Howe Road. So I guess Greg and Andrew, based on my summary, especially with the stormwater changes, do you guys have anything else to add? I can pull up the approved plan too while you're talking.
For the record, Gregory Morse, you've done a great job summarizing it, Charlotte. The thing I think that we need to talk about a little bit was that foundation drain at the top side of the site there. We had originally proposed on the approved plans a foundation drain, which would essentially be a drain out of the basement of the house. And that's what we had proposed, tying into a crushed stone device. You can see it if you, yep. You can see it there. That was not constructed. Neither was a foundation drain. We had pervious material under the foundation here. It was determined not to be necessary. That was not a stormwater device at all. That was for a foundation drain. So that was not constructed. As Charlotte noted, you can see the original driveway here was supposed to loop around the front of the house in its entirety. What got built, the driveway is substantially smaller. The flip side of that too, we were able to preserve trees and vegetation along Diab Lane, where that driveway was originally going to be constructed. Out back, the proposed terrace on this plan was not constructed. That's pervious lawn area presently, so that was a positive on the site as well. And there was originally supposed to be that concrete retaining wall, which you see in the back, around the back of that terrace. That ended up being more of a stacked boulder wall and ledge wall on the site. Because of the blasting that was involved in the foundation at this property and the one next door, we reused the stone from the site instead of bringing in more concrete and hauling ledge off-site. All in all, it doesn't materially alter the drainage system here. It complies with the standards. The grading is substantially compliant. It discharges at rates that are the same or less than the post-development or pre-development rates. It meets the requirements for a certificate. Just gonna turn it back to you.
Comments, commissioners? With that, I'll make a motion to approve the certificate of compliance. Do we have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote. We'll go in alphabetical order to really mess you up. Will Ashton. Will, you're muted.
Or asleep.
Kathy
Sorry, could you call him and wake him up?
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Kathy Aback,
Kathy said aye. Eric, try Eric.
Will, it's
there we
Will.
go. Kathy Berrigan,
Yes, I said that aye before. You need Will.
Will.
yeah,
And Eric.
I started with Will.
Yeah, he wasn't there.
Oh,
He disappeared.
right. So is Will gone? I can't see.
No.
Will, you are muted. Are you still present? I don't know if he stepped away.
And he's got a
Still have a
baby.
quorum without him, but
Yeah,
Well,
Eric and Tom.
so Tom Bell, aye. So this passes 4-0. What do we call him? Absent?
abstain, yeah.
Abstain, one.
Okay. Right.
All right, last one, well, second to last one. Okay,
Yeah, what's
18,
left?
all right, 18 Dolan Lane. And Will, if you're back, just give us a holler to let us know if you can vote on this one too. So 18 Dolan Lane, this was, NOI 20-21, stormwater permit 20-29. There are a couple things with this one, so I'm going to go through that first, and then I'll go through my findings. So there were two special conditions issued with this order of conditions. One was that a deed restriction prohibiting work in this 6,829 square foot no proposed build area, which you can see on the plan that I'll pull up, was to be prepared, approved by town council, and recorded at the registry of deeds prior to construction activities. The only difference was this was recorded as of this afternoon. There is a commissioner's signature page that does need to be completed, so I'll be reaching out to you guys about that next week. The only difference with this condition is that this was unfortunately not finalized prior to construction. It was sent to the previous agent, kind of got lost in, you know, in the works. I had reminded the applicant that it needs to get done, and, you know, obviously it just, you know, there's been back and forth, but it definitely fell through the cracks. So that was finalized as of this afternoon and recorded and approved by town council. The second condition, which isn't really a condition, it's more of like a statement. The proposed box culvert under Dolan Lane is not approved under this order of conditions, so this was not constructed to my knowledge. And yep. And then, sorry, let me do this while I'm pulling up the plan. So yeah, there is a little bit of, oh, and then the long-term operation maintenance plan is being recorded tomorrow. They had to, I think, have the owner sign it. So that will be recorded tomorrow. And there are a couple things that are pending for this site. Sorry, give me 1 second to pull up the as-built. Too many windows. There we go. Okay, so there are a couple pending things. So this is the final as-built. So this rain garden that is, well, let me orient myself, south of the reserve septic area. So this large one right here. We're still waiting on it to be fully vegetated. The applicant has put down the seed mix that was required and has put down the 40 plantings that were required in here. It's just, you know, with the rain, we haven't fully stabilized it yet. But what they've done for now, as of this afternoon, is they have placed the specialty weed-free straw that Brad Holmes had suggested for the Beechwood Street enforcement order. So that has been put down to stabilize the seed mix while we wait for it to germinate. This other rain garden is mostly stabilized close to the driveway. So this one's definitely more germinated and stable than this larger one. So that's one of the things that's just pending. So, but for now, they've stabilized it with the straw to prevent any sediment erosion. And then some of the areas in the front yard here, actually right around where this gravel walk was installed, that area was recently loamed and seeded, I think, as of 1 or 2 days ago. So we still need some germination here, but you will see from the photos that the majority of the site is vegetated with sod in some cases, hydroseed in other cases. Yeah, so it's just this one area in the front and then the rain garden. There were a couple plantings. So the applicant has planted the native plantings in the 25-foot buffer per Brad's ECR memo dated February 15th or 16th, 2021. There were some species changes, but we had talked about that with Brad Holmes and he was okay with the changes. They all came from conservation's approved planting lists. Some of the plants got a little waterboarded. So they may or may not be dead or half dead. So obviously we have an ongoing condition that we could issue of all plantings shall survive 3 full growing seasons or be replaced by the owner. So that would apply to all native plantings that were planted as well as any rain garden plantings. So that's just something to note. So those are the things that just are almost done. But other than that, the applicant has built the stormwater systems per plan, which connect from this northern side portion of the house, and then the one in the rear here connected from the rear roof downspouts and leaders. Yeah, and the no restriction build area, which is all the way in the back here, and I'll show in the approved plan again, that has been recorded. Also back here, Brad had required some enhancement plantings. So a couple American chestnut saplings, 2 in total, were planted in this area. The memo didn't specify, it just said quote unquote several. And then there were also supposed to be snags that were to be installed in this whole area. The applicant let me know that he didn't really do snags. Steve Ivis had previously chatted with him about making more like wildlife habitat little huts. So there were more than 12 that were planted or that were installed back here. So that was done per the approved memo. So now we'll go through some of the deviations that I noted, and definitely Greg can attest a little bit more to these. So starting with the bottom here, there was supposed to be an approved boulder wall, and you can see that this boulder slope was installed, maybe a little bit larger than the approved design, but the boulder wall was always supposed to be a part of this plan. but there was a stone wall, I believe it's no higher than 2 feet, was installed in front of the boulder wall, all the way down this northern side of the driveway. And it does go into the buffer zone. I did ask the engineers to evaluate the stormwater impact on that one, so Greg can speak more to that. There was also another stone wall that was added along this southern side of the driveway that comes all the way down here. And again, this is outside of the buffer zone, but again, may or may not have some potential impacts for stormwater. There still is a gravel infiltration trench along the northern half or bottom half of the driveway that is also gravel. It was designed to be pervious up until about here, where you can see it becomes paved. So that's some of the deviations, mostly with the driveway. And the deck area in the back of the house is a little bit larger, but again, it's a pervious structure. And then an additional stone boulder wall was also added further up here. You can see right here, and again, outside of the buffer zone, but still along past the edge of the driveway where the turnaround is. Some of the final elevations in the left-hand areas of the house, they are just a little bit different. The engineer, Jeff Hassett, had also noted that the grades around the area, the house, are slightly higher. So this area around the house, but they have no adverse impact on stormwater, and the correct areas that drain to the rain gardens are still designed as intended. So again, the front yard drainage kind of comes down into this larger yard. There were some trees, and I'm sorry I don't have the total count, but just going off of the site plans, some trees may or may not either have been felled or removed. One is in the 25-foot buffer. It was one 12-inch deciduous tree that was about right here. There were some other trees that were removed, but they were outside of the buffer zone. There was one 24-inch tree that was actually in the location of the rain garden, so that is no longer there. I think that one fell in a storm, but I don't know for sure. And then there were a couple 14-inch deciduous trees around this area that were removed on either side of the driveway outside of the buffer. And then one coniferous tree in this area that was just outside the septic reserve area. And then another 18-inch deciduous tree on the northern limit of the clearing area, which is around here. So those are the ones that were noted on the site plan. But most of them, as I just said, are outside of the buffer zones. And I think it was just one at this time that was removed, either fell down in a storm or removed. And then other than that, again, if a COC were to be issued, we have our standard ongoing conditions for no herbicides, pesticides, et cetera, in the buffer zones, and all plantings shall survive 3 full growing seasons or be replaced by the owner. So I would definitely recommend keeping those as ongoing conditions. And with that, I guess I'll turn it over to Greg to kind of address some of the stone wall changes and some of the modifications here that were made in the buffer zone and outside of the buffer zone.
Sure. For the record, Gregory Morse, registered engineer, Morse Engineering. The additional wall along the extension of the wall, essentially along the driveway, we didn't see as having any stormwater impacts. There is a crushed stone trench immediately in front of the wall itself. And it doesn't divert water anywhere where it was not going anyways. It's headed down toward Dolan Lane or headed toward the IVW in that location. On the wetland side of the wall, on the driveway side of the wall, it's being intercepted by the crushed stone trench. The wall that's out in the backyard is a dry laid. It's essentially just a dry laid stone wall. Again, it's not diverting stormwater and it doesn't prevent stormwater from flowing through it. It wasn't used to create a barrier or a dam of any kind, so we didn't see that had any negative impacts in the backyard for that. The deck, as noted, is a little bit bigger. It is outside the 100-foot buffer. It is, obviously a pervious structure. Plantings, there were 9 trees that were additionally planted in the front yard. They were in green. They're noted on the as-built. They're on the design plan here. In addition to those 9 trees that were planted were the 2 trees out in the backyard, the shrubbery within the rain gardens, and then there were also IVW buffer zone plantings inside of the 25-foot buffer there that were also added to the site. Overall, we feel that it's in general compliance with the approved plans. It meets the intent of the permit that the rates and volumes of runoff with this are reduced in the post-development condition. The long-term O&M plan is being recorded at the Registry of Deeds tomorrow. You have an email from the attorney, Orenberger, DeLisi, and Harris, indicating that, and that includes in the long-term O&M, inspections of the stormwater devices. It also includes replacement of any die-off of any plants or plant material within those devices. So the rain garden, as Charlotte mentioned, isn't fully germinated at this point. It has been seeded, I think, twice now. They put down some additional straw, some additional seed in it today. So hopefully it takes very soon. But that long-term O&M plan does cover that during the stormwater inspections. It's on the deed to the property. Same with the restriction on the back, the no build area. Again, that was supposed to be recorded prior to construction. It's just being recorded now. It's in an area that hasn't been disturbed. It is in its natural condition back there, and now it will remain as such, noted on the deed. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Greg. And I'm sorry, I will add one more comment. And again, it's a little hard to tell, but in the habitat wildlife enhancement area, this is where the well was installed. There are a lot of wood chips and stuff back here indicating any sort of tree activity, but at least according to Jeff and to the applicant, no trees are removed. I will note that there were some trees that were damaged from excavation, probably around the time that the well was constructed. So there are trees, they're not surveyed here, but they are noted that they did have some damage. I mean, again, these are all outside of the buffer zones, but it does look like there's at least some disturbance in this area. Whether or not any trees are removed, I'm not sure, but it may or may not have also been around the time where the, not necessarily snags, but the wildlife enhancements and the habitats were added. The American chestnuts were just planted as of this past week. So it wasn't from those, but it's hard to tell what the disturbance was, but it does appear to be a little bit more than this proposed tree line. You can see on the as-built that it is pushed further back. So again, outside the buffer zone, but that is the other thing I forgot to note.
Commissioners, any comments or questions?
No.
Is this the as-built or is this the?
This is the
permit?
approved. This is the approved plan. I can pull up the as-built
Can
again.
you go to the as-built, please?
Yeah.
What's the finished floor now?
For the house?
Yep.
Uh,
For the garage.
finished grade looks like 63.
Well, the driveway goes up to 64.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, so the original plan went to 62. And it shed water into the trench along the road, which it doesn't do now. It runs all that water straight down the driveway. So I'm recommending that new calculations is done, because I'm guessing that although Greg feels confident, I don't feel confident that the conditions are met.
Could you say that again? I mean, I didn't quite follow.
Yes, sorry, Chris, I did miss this. So the final elevation for the driveway, sorry, I had it in my notes, but I forgot to read it. It's elevation is 62 on the approved plan for the driveway.
The elevation is 62 on the approved plan. It's 64.
Yeah, it's built 63.
64.
Well, 64, sorry.
It's 63 at the corner of the garage. On the as-built is at elevation 63. And one of the things to note is on the approved plan, the lower half of that driveway was paved. It was paved with a pervious pavement, but it was supposed to be a pavement on the lower half of that driveway.
Yeah, but pervious.
And it wasn't. It's been installed with gravel. It's a gravel driveway we built, so it's even less.
But your calculation numbers for pervious and gravel are going to be the same.
No, not for a pervious asphalt versus a gravel.
That's what we've been told by you in the past.
It just says to be pervious, Greg. I don't know if it was supposed to be permeable pavement. I can double check the the detail, but it just says proposed pavement within
Pavement.
50 buffer to be pervious.
To be pervious, yes,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
So what is the runoff curve difference between permeable pavement and gravel? At
With-
least the curve number.
It would depend on the crushed stone that you're placing under the pervious asphalt.
Mhm.
And I don't know if we have that spec'd on the design here. Let's see, pervious patio. We did, so there was so there was a 12-inch thick crushed stone gravel reservoir under the pervious asphalt.
So it's probably more
So-
pervious. It's probably more pervious than your gravel driveway on top of
So
compacted dirt.
with 12 inches of crushed stone, it very well could be.
Well, I doubt there's 12 inches of crushed stone out there either.
No, there wouldn't be 12 inches of crushed stone on the driveway.
It's been driven over a lot, so almost definitely not.
Well, plus, I mean, based on the permit drawings, you know, contour 59 and 61 are shedding water off of the driveway, right?
Aren't they
And you've got
shedding
less,
it into the crushed stone trench?
yes. But, I mean, the crushed stone trench without a wall behind it is gonna act differently than a crushed stone trench that's
Yes,
just infiltrating into the ground right there,
right.
right? I mean, I don't know what the wall construction was.
The wall's just on a gravel base. It doesn't have like a 4-foot frost wall or anything underneath it. So you're still getting infiltration on that trench and the sidewalls of that trench.
Okay. So it's down, what, 16 inches, 18 inches, or is it's
I'd
going deep?
say no more than 18 inches.
Okay. So the,
So,
True,
Mr.
so
Mark,
you're-
have you
you're-
been out there during a rainfall to observe how it's performing?
So the driveway, the contours on it are showing it shedding, toward the north side of the driveway, staying on site. And ultimately, when it gets down to the bottom, it's going into another rain garden, which is right at the base of the driveway before it discharges into the IVW. That's where it's discharging to.
Yeah, so there's the spillway, this gravel spillway. I have another picture of it, but this is the bottom rain garden with the plantings. Again, we're still waiting for the full vegetation cover, but it is at the bottom of the driveway at the same elevations. So that's the spillway that goes from the driveway into the rain garden. And then along the driveway, along the driveway here, there is a gravel infiltration in addition to the gravel driveway up against the stone wall that was added.
how long is that gonna take to fill in?
Not sure.
That'll be full of silt by a year from now.
Annually annually, the driveway is supposed to be serviced. That's in the long-term O&M that was approved, that's being recorded at the registry. That includes removal of any sediment from the top of the crushed stone, kind of regrading of the driveway if necessary, after the plowing season is done.
Well, Charlotte, good luck keeping up on that.
I have yet to see
Here's,
someone do that.
So since we're dealing with, again, just we're waiting on some vegetation to come in, and due to this change with the pervious section of the driveway, does the commission want to see updated numbers, or what do you guys suggest for this?
I guess I feel more confident that it's going to infiltrate here than Chris, but if he thinks we should have the numbers, then I'd agree with that.
It all depends how it erodes.
Yeah. And what happens after a winter of snow plowing on that. That's a steep driveway.
This is kind of walking up the site, so I'm just.
What is that? What is that?
Uh,
What are those pipes around the tree?
Yeah, what's that all about?
I think
'Cause they
that's to
filled it.
protect the base.
No, you know what it is? It's because they filled around the trees. You can see that one tree right in the middle? That tree will be dead in 2 years.
Mm.
And probably will all the other ones. And then we'll have a hearing like we did tonight that, oh, all our trees are dead. We want to cut them down.
Sorry, Chris, what is the reason for the mortality? What are you talking about?
So you're not putting fill up against the trunk of the tree.
Ah, okay, yeah.
Well, and over the roots. Roots need to breathe. That's why they're at the level they're at. Once you put the fill on top of it, you suffocate the tree. So all these trees are going to die.
How do we avoid it, Chris? How do we
You
avoid
remove
this stage?
you remove all the soil that was put on top of them.
Okay, Charlotte.
These are outdated photos, but I can show that this is the larger rain garden. So the 40 plants are in here, but right now, since we don't have the full vegetation cover in this garden, again, I can show an updated photo, but right now it has been stabilized with the straw for now to, while we wait for it to come in.
Charlotte, those trees with the sleeve on them, are they within the buffer?
Let me double check.
No,
I
those
don't
are-
think these are. Let me
They're
see.
not. And if you look at the approved site plan, I believe some of those are the trees that are in the front yard in the embankment. That's
Yeah,
there.
so some of
Those
them are here, but not all of them were surveyed on the approved plan. So that, I admit, has been very difficult to look at my thousands of site photos in comparison to the approved plan, in comparison to the as-built. Yeah, so it's this area here, Tom and Chris and Eric. It's
So they're outside. There's really,
just outside. Yeah, it's on an upland slope here, as you see the grading change.
so it's outside of our jurisdiction.
Sadly, at the moment.
Well, it is and it isn't, because when people start removing bunches of trees in order to create rain gardens and such, we ask for mitigation.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a case where, they're playing a time game where there's at least there's 10 trees that are out there that are going to die. And the people who buy the house are going to be coming to us 2 years from now and saying, can we cut down all these trees that are, right near the buffer? And some of them are in the buffer because of the rain.
A few of them might be in this area. Yeah. So any trees in this 100-foot buffer and 25-foot buffer would definitely need our approval. I think there are a few in here, but there definitely are a lot that come up along this northern side of the house.
So maybe we should ask for a final, did you say that not all the trees are marked here on that plan?
Not on the approved plan. Let me pull up the as-built.
Yeah.
So we do see some. There's definitely more than 4, but yeah. So these are the ones that are outside the buffer zone, at least on the as-built. And then the green is obviously the ones that were planted.
So I think we need to have a better idea of which ones might be within that buffer that would have a sleeve on them before we consider requiring some regrading around these trees to preserve them. I don't think we can do much outside the zone.
If I were to guess, it may or may not be these 2, and then this one. It could be these lower ones, but then the ones maybe further up on the slope past the utility pole. Because I know the utility pole was installed outside of the 20-foot buffer. It was supposed to be. So I think the ones maybe below this pole might be inside the buffer zone, at least the 100-foot and or 25. But maybe anything past this utility pole up is probably outside of it.
Charlotte, where's the house in this? Behind us?
Where's that one?
It's to the right of the photo. So
so where is all that slash that was so it was down in that area? Went back up one.
Oh, yeah, I'll show you. Sorry, I'm
Yeah.
going through my photos.
Yeah.
I took 150, so, and
Okay.
again, this front area has just recently been loamed and seeded, as of like 1 or 2 days ago. And I'll show you updated photos of the rain garden. Sorry, I'm just going through my photos. Going,
But the rain
Uh,
garden touches the buffer, right?
just outside the 25-foot buffer. So it definitely goes, eventually will drain into the buffer, but it's not, hold on. The
I'm
approved
concerned with
plan,
the trees now.
yeah, the approved plan shows it's just outside the 25-foot buffer, and then the as-built shows just outside the 25-foot buffer here.
Yeah, but those trees are in that buffer.
The trees behind it, yes, and then some of these other ones, I believe, yes, might be inside the 100-foot. But then anything else on the slope upward is not.
Right, but the ones in the
Actually-
25-foot buffer. There's
Actually,
fill
for
in the
reference-
25-foot buffer.
Yeah, sorry. So for reference, that photo that I just showed, I can go back to it. The utility poles right here. So actually maybe the 2 trees that were behind it are just outside, but then anything below those trees is definitely inside the buffer. I can go back
Except
to
that
the photo.
that symbol is for an evergreen. Those weren't evergreens.
Right.
They cut
No, those were
down.
deciduous. That might be maybe that's just a legend error. But yeah, no, these are definitely all deciduous that had the little pipes around them.
So
But
where are we
Charlotte,
going?
go to your picture of the rain garden.
Of the rain garden? Yeah, I can show you a more updated photo. If that's helpful. That's the rain garden. But yeah, anything
Yeah.
below this berm, those are all in
Right.
the 25-foot buffer.
Okay, keep going, please, to where you can see the base of those trees.
Oops, a little bit better.
Keep going. There's a very obvious picture
Okay. That one? No.
there. No, maybe
Oh,
not that
yep.
one. There's one.
No.
There's
I
better
think
ones.
I think I know what you're talking about. Maybe right here.
No, you see the dirt. No, it's with there. Okay. Is that the rain garden?
Yeah, I have a more updated
that-
photo of this, but yeah.
Is that a tree? It's a
This
dead
is a tree, correct, yeah.
or soon to be dead tree. But you can
Yes.
see there's been fill placed around the base of that tree. There should be nothing on that side of the rain garden. I mean, you look at the contouring on the rain garden, there should not be fill around that tree. And that tree's already dead.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Oh,
So, Chris, what do you want to see here?
I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Well, for one, I think we wanted the updated calculations for these changes, especially, you know, noting that the pervious section of the driveway is now gravel instead of porous pavement. At least from a maintenance perspective, I think gravel's better, but again, I don't know what that did to the impact of runoff coming down. We don't know how many inches of gravel are actually on this for pervious portion of the driveway. It could only be a few inches. It could be multiple. I don't know.
It's not really gravel, it's road base.
It's a lot of it's been driven over quite a lot. So it's not some of it's might even be dust, but it was originally gravel. I just don't know how much gravel.
Yeah, but you know, the pitch of the road is sloped towards that gravel trench.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And
Assuming you're gonna get infiltration.
And if there's no foundation below the stone wall, it should pass right under it, right through it,
Yeah.
actually. Mr. Morris, how is that? Is that just a dry wall? There's no mortar inside of that or anything?
There is mortar in that wall. I believe that wall's on a crushed stone base, but that is a mortared wall.
Yeah, never, and how much gravel base is below that wall?
Typically there's a foot to 18 inches.
Yeah, I just think that that's going to be adequate. And how wide is that? It looks like it's what, 18 inches? The trench, 18, 24 inches, something like that.
It should be about 2 feet.
Okay. Yeah, so you got a lot of surface there.
It was supposed to be a 2-foot stone infiltration trench.
2
Yeah.
feet.
Yeah. Would it make
Does
any
the
difference
commission-
were there any weep holes put in the wall itself?
I
No.
don't think so.
I'm sure there's plenty of voids, Tom.
Yeah, I would think so.
It's just, they just threw a little mortar in between. I'm sure it'll flow through,
Yeah.
but it is moving faster. I guess that doesn't really matter, but
Well, velocity does matter. Faster it's going, the less it's going to infiltrate.
well. I feel
Do
bad-
we
I
need
feel
to
bad for the
add
people
more
that-
gravel to this site? Because I can show you the pictures. It's pretty crushed, but do we want to see more gravel on this portion of the driveway, or are we satisfied with the as-built condition? I can pull up the photos again.
I wouldn't call this a gravel driveway, to be honest with you,
Mhm.
but that's just me.
Yeah.
That's gravel right there. That's gravel.
Yeah. I was going to my, there.
That's not gravel.
hmm
Well,
Yeah, it's been pretty driven over.
yeah. Okay, we got to make a decision here.
Do we
Well,
want to
when they
see more
pay- when-
information?
When they pave this driveway, Charlotte, is there a way
Mhm.
we can make sure that they don't pave the gravel trench?
Wait a minute,
Well,
is this going to get paved?
Yes, in reality, it will. They'll live one winter with it being gravel and they'll get sick of it and they'll pave it next spring and you don't even need a permit to pave.
they definitely will through us, because you're making it impervious and in the buffer zone. And also an increase in impervious on the site. They might need 2 permits for that.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, if they lay down that much asphalt.
Well, I guess first question is, did we want to see the porous pavement here instead of gravel? Or are we okay with gravel, maybe if more actual gravel is added? Because this is a deviation. I'm sorry, I don't know how I overlooked this, but it is a deviation from the approved plan, which called for permeable pavement. But I will just note, permeable pavement requires high maintenance, and no offense to these people, I don't think they're going to not sand and salt their driveway.
So, Mr. Morse, did you dig up those curve numbers that you guys used for this?
I did not. I don't have a copy of the original drainage design calcs with me at the moment.
Yeah.
I can pull it up.
How different do you think they are? I mean, you deal with these all the time. What kind of a number are we talking about here?
I think we're talking like probably 82 or 83 for a curve number on something like this for, a compacted dirt or gravel driveway.
Yeah.
I may not have the full one, Greg, but I can try to go through it to find.
And then the permeable pavement, where's that? Yeah,
permeable pavement. If you scroll to the proposed conditions here, I could tell you what we used for a number probably. That's, yeah, existing.
That's existing, yep,
Yeah, so if
existing,
gotta
existing.
keep going.
Yep.
Yes, just scroll down a little bit here.
Yep.
So
Proposed.
pervious pavement, we
83.
used an 83 curve number on that. So, you know, compacted gravel, you know, like that might be a little higher than 83. Typically, full on pavement is 98 is the number of that.
yeah. I remember we dealt with this before on Jerusalem Road, and it seemed to me that the curve number was certainly higher than 83. It really wasn't all that different. But I can't. Is it?
It's not in the 90s. It's in the 80s. I know that. It might be like an 87 or an 88.
I think 88 rings a bell.
Yeah, I think so too. So, well, that is going to make a difference.
It
How
would.
much? I mean, we're not talking about a huge area here. When you compare it to the whole site, or at least to that subcatchment of the site.
Correct. I don't know that it would be noticeable. If you went up to that summary form that we included at the beginning of this report, Charlotte, it would tell you how close we were on the pre versus post
Yeah.
numbers.
Yeah, look at that.
Yep.
Yeah, you just
Thanks for,
there, yeah.
thanks for humoring us, Greg.
That's all right. So, yeah.
So 2-year, you're pretty much, pretty close for 10 and a little bit further away for 100. Volume decreased.
Yeah, so
Decreased, yeah.
Yes, the volumes would all be decreased. And I doubt you're going to get to the post-development volumes by making that curve number change.
Yeah,
Maybe the 2-year storm event would
Mhm.
increase and go over, but it looks like you'd have enough wiggle room in the 10 and the 100-year
Mhm.
to accommodate it. So it would just be
Mhm.
the smaller storm event.
well, I would make a motion to approve this certificate of compliance. And our conditions would be what?
So
I think we wanted to be sure that some of those trees that were had the pipe put around them are not in the buffer zone. They are, that needs to be addressed.
okay, so surveying those and putting them on the as-built and then cleaning out the fill if they are in the 100-foot buffer?
Yeah,
Okay, and then the second would be an updated summary report, HydroCAD report?
yeah, I think it's worth doing.
Okay, what happens if the 2-year event is higher? Which it most likely might be.
Could be. Good question.
Will any additional infiltration help? I mean, we already have 2 rain gardens, a trench, and then the dry wells, at least helping with the house, but along the driveway, Greg, is there anything else that you could do? Can you put like another trench on the other side of the driveway,
Well,
like on the,
Well, it sloped away from it, so. that would
never
be-
mind. Okay,
Yeah. Looking, where is it? Where's the design on here? You know, there's potential that you could increase the size of a rain garden.
Mhm.
You know, up gradient. You could certainly extend that along the 25-foot buffer longer if you had to.
Charlotte, didn't you say that lower elevation rain garden is smaller than what was approved, or was that another project?
No, the lower elevation one at the bottom of the driveway is it's okay with the exception of we're still waiting on the full vegetative cover. The larger one, it's still built with the bottom top elevation stuff was built per plan. It's the same thing with the vegetative cover and potentially replacing any plantings that drown. Same thing in the 25-foot buffer. So both rain gardens have all the plantings and they have the wet seed mix detention basins installed. It's just not fully germinated.
Yeah.
More in the larger one than the smaller
I'm just
one.
wondering if we can, if there is wiggle room there in either of those gardens, how much more can be infiltrated there?
Mm-hmm. I guess looking at the
Is there anything that stops the water from exiting the driveway?
No, just the fact that it's pitched, with a cross pitch toward the north onto our site. But otherwise, no, there's no.
And pretty
diversion.
substantial, right? It's a pretty substantial pitch there.
It's at least a 2% pitch.
I'm just thinking, what if
So that's
if
what
worst case scenario, you could cut it even a little more so to make sure that all the water just exits before it goes onto the road, right?
You could, yes.
I mean, that would really be the easiest solution. Because that's where you
Sorry,
want the
Chris,
water to
what
go.
was that?
If the water followed the road and did not enter the trench, as long as right before it actually hits the road itself, you slightly cross pitch the road a little more strongly than it currently is, you're going to end up with the water in the wetland.
Okay.
Well, in the rain garden there, and then ultimately in the wetland.
Yeah. So I mean that should take care of it.
So I guess kind of like cross pitch the grading at this bottom portion here to kind of at least point more towards the rain garden and the trench. Is that what you mean, Chris? Sorry, I'm losing brain cells here.
No, that could be done too, because if you look at that 57 and 56 and contour, those are almost at right angles to the wall or the trench. If that pitch was changed just a little bit, to direct more water into the.
Yeah, because the approved plan did show the grading basically going in a similar direction, but if you reorient it maybe a little bit more to kind of almost turn clockwise just a tad, you could maybe shift it towards the trench a little bit more into the rain garden.
Who knows how long that grading would last?
I don't know. Yeah, that's the other question.
Yeah, I mean, if it were impervious or pervious pavement, of course, it'd be fixed in stone or at least in pavement. But with the gravel, people driving up and down this thing, it's quite possible that that if they don't take care of it, that they're going to end up with a 2-track road up here, ruts.
Oh yeah, they will definitely have to maintain this gravel driveway regardless of what the O&M plan requires them to do anyway. If they want to get up their driveway, they're going to have to constantly be putting down gravel.
So I don't understand why the pervious pavement wasn't installed as per the approved plan. Cost, whatever.
I don't have an answer for that.
I mean, we wouldn't even be talking about this if they'd gone according to plan.
I agree.
Do we want to see pervious pavement instead? Or do we want to deal with gravel and trying to pitch it a certain way to make up for it?
I think Chris's comment was really kind of spot on. People are getting tired of driving up and down a gravel driveway.
Oh yeah.
They're gonna be unhappy when that snowplow first thing in the morning, that guy messes up their driveway. And of
Mhm.
course, he's gonna come down the driveway pushing the snow, and as he does that, he's gonna push a giant pile of gravel loaded
Mhm.
snow across the road into the
Yeah.
wetland.
Yeah. And I will say that new owners are already lined up, obviously.
Oh, one of
So.
these things, huh? They need to see
Mhm.
it tomorrow.
Huh?
One of these things, they need the COC by tomorrow.
I would assume so.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
again, it's, you know, you're bringing up good points of like, once they move in, they're definitely going to realize that this could be difficult maintenance either way with gravel or with permeable pavement, but I'm sure they would maybe appreciate the paved portion more. But that would take longer to install, obviously.
At least permeable pavement, we'd be assured that everything's going to be stabilized, that there's not
Yeah.
not going to be changes over a very short period of time, like over
Mhm.
over the first winter, for example.
Right. The long-term maintenance, though, I will say that, I mean, again, I don't know these people, but it just for a residential project in general, try telling a family of, you know, if they have kids and stuff, that you can sand and salt this portion of the driveway. You know, it could be a, you know, because you're not allowed to do that with permeable pavement. And so if they
Mhm.
do sand and salt it and they don't maintain it as it properly should, it's just, you might as well call it impervious.
Well, they can't salt next to the wetland anyway, can they?
I don't know. We don't really say anything about salt, but we
No,
say
we
no
don't.
herbicide, pesticide, insecticide, fertilizer.
We don't say anything about salt. Wow.
Buyer
Okay, where are we
beware.
going with this? Got to make a decision here, guys.
Mm. Is cobble any better? I still don't, I don't know. but
No, I mean, because it doesn't have, you can't put the reservoir under cobble.
No, you can't. Okay.
It's all about the reservoir.
It's a tough one.
One of the other deviations that, you know, was noted earlier is that the crushed stone trench next to the driveway is longer. Was originally designed. So I do have some extra storage there. You know, when I rerun those numbers with the updated curve number, I'll take that into consideration. So we may not have to find additional volume anywhere. But, you know, I can certainly run those numbers, you know, in pretty short order tomorrow or next week for you.
And if you extended that trench up the hill, you could gain even more if you needed it.
Yeah, certainly could.
That would be an interesting.
Only if it's pitching to it, though.
Yeah, that's right.
Exactly.
Would have to be consistent with dumping the water into the trench.
Yeah.
But I'm just kind of exploring whether or not there's, you know, how much wiggle room exists here. I don't know. I guess I'm inclined to go with the let's model it again. Let's deal with the trees. And these are would then be conditions. And go ahead and give them a certificate. I don't know how the rest of you feel. But we can find out. I can make a motion and we can vote. Shall we roll the dice?
Will's got that look on his face.
So-
Oh, is that an up? That's an up look? He wants to go to bed.
I like your idea, Tom.
Go ahead,
Okay.
Tom.
Okay.
I'll second that. Are we taking a vote?
I'll third it.
So I make a motion to approve the certification of compliance for where are we at here? Stormwater permit 2029, NOI 2021, 18 Dolan Lane. Do I have a second?
Wait. Wait. Do you want to do the contingent upon stuff?
Yeah, contingent upon a revised or a second run at the runoff model and confirmation if there are any trees within the buffer that they be cleared of fill that's around them back down to where their, what do you say, Chris, where the root balls starts to be exposed?
No, it needs to go, any fill under the drip line of the tree needs to be removed.
Okay, yeah. I like that drip line word.
Thanks. And then updating the as-built as needed if we have to install or extend the gravel infiltration trench or pitch anything. And then in addition to our ongoing conditions, number 40 and 41, for no chemicals and plantings shall survive 3 full growing seasons.
Right. Do I have a second?
Second. All right.
Sorry, Chris, you have a question?
I just have a question. Like, when did the new owners find out that they have to maintain the plants and everything?
I don't know if they found out.
No, I'm saying when would they?
Probably the second the property is sold and the long-term O&M is recorded and the COC also has to be recorded. I would hope all that documentation is given to the new owners.
Yeah, isn't it filed at the registry? Wouldn't you pull that during due diligence?
The COC has to be filed and recorded with the registry, yes, to close out the permit. Usually most housing sales want to see that before they complete everything.
As is the long-term O&M plan.
Same thing,
That'll all pop up on a title search anytime the property is conveyed.
Okay, moving towards a vote. Will Ashton,
Will Ashton, aye.
Eric Eisenhower,
Eric Eisner, aye.
Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Tom Bell, aye. Passes 5-0-0.
All
Thank you.
right,
We do have one.
Greg, we can, Greg,
Good
if you're
night.
okay with this, because I'm off tomorrow, if you're able to touch base with the applicant, maybe we can regroup on Monday with the stuff that we have to work on. I'm happy to, do something Monday, but I am off tomorrow.
Good.
Excellent. Well-deserved day
You
off.
deserve
I will
your
All
time off.
right,
touch base with you
Thank you,
Monday
Greg.
morning. Thank you, Charlotte. Have a good
appreciate your
night.
time, Greg. Thank you.
Thanks.
I
So
move we close the meeting.
don't we have one for 478 Beechwood? What happened to that?
Yeah, well, this one's quick. This was a 2002 order of conditions to pave the existing gravel driveway. And I went to the site yesterday, it's paved. The only thing they didn't do was, there was supposed to be like a 1-inch gravel infiltration trench on either side of the driveway. This is a 20-year-old permit, but the driveway's paved and it's in between the wetlands, so it's technically in the buffer zone. Did Eric just jump off? Nice. Okay, that's fine.
I move to
against-
issue
I'm
a
against
certificate
this.
of compliance for this project.
There's no way I'm giving a certificate for this one.
Wait, what?
There's no way I'm giving a certificate for this one.
Okay.
This is a 20-year-old open permit. Oh,
Housing sale.
oh, man.
Yeah.
So I guess, Chris, what are your concerns? Just that the
Can't
project
pave
in
it.
general?
You can't pave in the buffer.
I mean, we approved it, not us, but the commission approved it 20 years ago.
Wait, I thought you said they just paved it.
Yeah, that was the whole project. Here, I'll show you the plan real quick, but it was
When
an
did they
existing.
pave it? 20 years ago?
That I don't know, but it's been paved for over 10 years based off of the aerial
Oh, I
imagery.
thought you said they just paved it.
Yeah, that was the whole plan. They wanted to pave their existing gravel driveway. That was the plan that we approved. Well, not us
20 years,
specifically.
20 years ago.
20 years ago, yeah.
Okay.
Here, I'll show you.
And so it was paved sometime in the last 20 years.
Yeah.
Didn't got paved last month or anything like that.
No, yeah, so it was an existing gravel driveway and the
Oh,
plan was
look at
to
the size of
pave
that.
it. Huh?
That's a long driveway.
Wait,
Yeah.
where is it?
This is on Beechwood Street. It's actually close to our friends further down on Beechwood. And the
Oh,
where
I know where this is because
this is a really hard driveway to find. GPS navigates you to a side street when that's not right.
Yeah, but it's got the sold sign out, under agreement sign.
Oh, yeah, you'll see it. Yeah, you'll actually find it by the for sale sign. But yeah, so it was an existing gravel driveway to start and the NOI was to pave it. It's definitely paved. I don't see any changes in the layout. The only thing that wasn't done is there was supposed to be a a 1-inch crushed stone trench on either side of the driveway. That
1
could have
inch or-
very well
1
been
inch or
there.
1
1
foot?
inch.
How about 1 foot?
1 foot. It's
Is
got
that
to
1 foot? I can't see. Yeah, that's 1 foot.
it's
Okay,
1
sorry.
foot.
So I don't see the trench on either side of the driveway, but I don't know if it was installed 20 years ago and then just never maintained, but it definitely is paved. But yeah, that was the whole plan. That was it. It was just to pave the existing
Right,
driveway.
it's right against the wetland.
Oh, yeah. I don't know why we approved this. Well, not us, but our commission approved it 20 years ago. I don't know why it was paved, why we approved it. It was issued with an order of conditions.
Well, I think it's too late to do much about this now.
Unless we want the trench in on either side.
You think it's going to make any difference?
I don't know. I don't know
You'd
why
have-
our
you'd ha-
commission.
You'd have to go out there and see if there's a lot of erosion going into the wetland.
I didn't see it. I can show you the photos, but I wasn't obviously there after a big rainstorm.
Did you walk the whole thing, Charlotte?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I walked the whole thing. Well,
And how
3/4 of it.
How do the edges look?
Let me show you. All right, starting at the top of the driveway going down. Photos can stop being blurry. That would be great. So yeah, no trench on either side, but
Wait, is
That's
that
the one.
paved?
yeah, it's paved. That was the plan. To pave the existing gravel driveway. Again, I don't know why our commission approved this 20 years ago. Probably wouldn't have ever flown with our commission right now.
Well, it's a done deed, so.
But the edging is,
Yeah.
eh. But no trench on either side. Well, actually,
Either
there's
that
a
or,
little bit.
either that or it's
Yeah.
filled up and grown over. I mean, that's,
Yeah,
It could have been,
probably.
that could be it too. I mean, this looks
Well, they
like,
didn't maintain it then.
maybe it's this.
Yeah, probably.
yeah.
I definitely don't see it on the other side though, unless moss has obviously grown over it. But we like moss. I don't know if I want them to rip it all up to keep a trench, but I don't know.
So I'm gonna move that we approve this certificate.
Second.
Certification of compliance. Yeah, I have a second from Chris. Oh, God, I thought you were gonna stand up and say, I won't stand for this. Okay, Will Ashton,
Well, Ashton, aye.
Eric is asleep, I think.
Yep, he's gone.
All right, Kathy Berrigan,
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Aye.
Tom Bell, aye. Passes 4-0-0.
Sweet. I know some people want to hear about some of these updates, but I guess I did have some bylaw edits for you guys, and I hate to say it, but I mean, honestly, quite frankly, I had 0 time to do this. But one edit, if you want me to show you guys, if we want to do that, and do you guys want me to hold off on all other edits or updates, or do you want me to still go through them?
No, let's, next time.
Yeah,
Next time for all the updates? Okay, the only thing is the bylaw edits, if we were to submit something for a special town meeting, which they've moved up to November, that's why I was kind of blindsided here with making any revisions. The revisions are due at the end of August, which is next week, so this is our only meeting to look at it. Do we want to?
so there was only one bylaw change, right, Charlotte? And it was-
Yes, so I'll show you, but again, I was also going down a rabbit hole this afternoon because I'm functioning on one brain cell right now, but this is a bigger discussion with town council, so just to show you guys, hold on, pulling up my revised bylaw. Sorry, almost there. Come on, why aren't you pulling up? Said open. Okay, there we go. So town council has consistently stressed, if you want something done, it has to be in the bylaw. So I'm going to explain their perspective and I'm going to explain my thoughts on this really quickly, but so council has consistently said, if you are defining your jurisdiction, in addition to the Wetlands Protection Act, it has to be in your bylaw. our bylaw allows us to make rules and regulations. So this is where my counterpoint's going to come in. So town council has noted that we do not list the 200-foot riverfront area in our list of jurisdiction for our bylaw. It only lists within the first 100 feet of any bank, lake, river, pond, etc. So she said, according to her, the bylaw only extends to the first 0 to 100 feet of the inner riparian zone of the riverfront area, and that you have to defer to the Wetlands Protection Act for the 100 to 200 feet. However, our regulations obviously defer to the state act. However, we have restrictions about the 1,000 square feet and having a undeveloped inner riparian zone. So we have also defined the riverfront area further down with our recent updates, and we are deferring to the state definition. But since our regulations define the riverfront and say that our regulations protect it, and our bylaw allows us to create regulations as an extension, that's where I don't really understand council's argument. So, but Amy Questle, who made this argument, is speaking from probably a court case perspective. I don't know how strong regulations hold up overall, but again, my theory is they're connected to the bylaw. But the question is, do we want the 200-foot riverfront area in here? So that's the first question.
So Charlotte, let's go belt and suspenders on this.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, if she thinks we should do it.
If she wants it in there, I mean, yeah,
Let's do
sure,
it.
let's put it in there. Yeah,
let's
I'm
do
just
it.
saying it's very clear that we protect the 200-foot riverfront area regardless. It's in our regulations. It's just whether or not it, yeah, so she wants it here, so.
This seems
what
like
she's-
a really a minor change. This is something
Yeah.
I don't think we'll get a lot of pushback at town meeting.
I don't think so, because I can argue again, it's already protected under the act. It's protected under our regulations. We're just making it very clear with our bylaw.
Yeah, so let's do it.
But yeah, this is the rabbit hole that I went down, and I'm not going to go over it, but I was looking at the Wetlands Protection Act, and we don't list certain resource areas, but again, we all define them in our regulations. So I think we need to talk about this with council with this section in particular, because up until now, I did not realize that this section is drastically different from what's written in the Wetlands Protection Act. But again, we have all of these details for every resource area in our regulations that we strictly enforce. So either way, it's protected locally and under the state. It's just a matter of getting the bylaw to speak the same way that the act does and then enhancing that through our regulations. So this is a bigger project that I will definitely work on with council. And then also, again, as you guys know, I thought under the bylaw, we protected a 100-foot buffer zone for land subject to coastal storm flowage and all these other areas subject to flooding. But then it was noted in our regulations that there is no buffer zone for that. So there's definitely inconsistencies with our bylaw and our regulations. So every time I look at these, I find more errors. So if we just want to add this, I will delete all other edits. And if we just want to add this, I can do that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So delete all this other stuff. Hold on.
Well,
Why are we deleting it all?
wait a minute.
Well, because council hasn't, I have to look through this with council. I started tearing this apart 30 minutes before I left today. So I was looking at 310 CMR 10.02, which defines the jurisdiction of the Wetlands Protection Act. They list all of these types of resource areas that are further defined in the act. And we do as well. We definitely have all of these in our regulations. It's just, again, whether or not it's in this specific section of our bylaw, that's, you know, where we need to be more consistent.
So wait a minute, I don't understand why you need to do anything further than what you've done. Why not? Won't this fly?
Well, I haven't had council look at this and I don't know what their thoughts are because I started tearing this apart. Like, again, the act mentions beach dunes, flats, coastal and inland wetlands, salt ponds, creeks.
So
But
what's,
again,
what's the worst case scenario? We vote to put this in front of town on the warrant. If there need to be some legal edits, I think, isn't there a provision to be?
yeah,
able
we can do that. Yeah.
to, if we've strayed too far away from our mandate, that they'll
We can modify it.
before
Yeah.
it gets on the warrant. Isn't that right?
Yeah, so what I can do is if we vote on this, I can put it all together, send it to council. They can look at it, they can edit it. We can re-vote after I've already submitted it. I just have to submit it initially by August 31st.
Okay, let's do that.
But I want to make this
I agree.
section more consistent with the
Okay.
Wetlands Protection Act. That was my point.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Sounded like Charlotte was concerned about whether she had enough time to make this into a form that she was confident and comfortable with.
Yep. This
push
is
it
very
through-
messy.
push it through town. So I don't think it was that we don't want to do this eventually. It was just,
Yeah.
pushing
Time.
it through with her time frame was the issue,
Right.
right? So we
Yeah.
had the simple addition of number 7, but then now we're forcing Charlotte to go ahead and clean all this up and make it.
Well, you guys aren't. I'm doing this to myself.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, okay,
But
but
anyway,
Wait, no,
that's-
thank you,
that was
Val.
the-
That's
that was the
Val, that's
subtext
correct.
That I got out of it. Yes, all right.
Yeah, no, but thank you, Val. That's correct. I mean, I'm doing this to myself partially, and then obviously I'm telling you guys about it, but this was the edit that town council told us that you have to add to
okay,
make sure it's
I
very
say we
clear.
do it.
all right. Let's
This was all me.
Okay,
So maybe just do the town council edit so we don't overly
Yeah.
burden Charlotte now, and then we'll get her,
yeah,
Hey, you can't overburden Charlotte. Come on.
she
She's the
is
youngest one of us all.
I know.
incredibly, she's incredible.
Reject, reject. Hold on.
She's young enough to operate on like 3 hours of sleep. What more can she ask for?
I am getting older.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
You-
so I
you
mean,
might-
this is what council said we have to do.
okay,
But everything else, I definitely think, I mean, this, we need our bylaws completely edited and redone with council, and, maybe we can tackle that for our next town meeting, but
okay,
this was the critical edit that council pointed out for a project, which is, I won't name the address, but I let certain comments of mine go because of this edit. I was like, ooh, okay. So,
all right.
All
So,
right.
all right,
all right, do you guys want to vote to approve
and I want to make a
this
motion to
edit?
approve the edits that, particularly, the specific edit of, where are we at? Paragraph 260-2,
'Yep.
For, submission to the warrant to change our bylaws. Do we have a second?
Second.
We're gonna have a vote, our second to last vote of the night, I think, huh?
Oh, jeez.
Will, tell us, Will Ashton.
Will Ash and I.
Eric didn't reappear, so Kathy Berrigan.
Nope.
Kathy Berrigan, aye.
Chris McFarland,
Chris McFarland, aye.
Tom Bell, I, passes 4-0-0.
All right, yay.
There's only one more thing to do, and that's motion to adjourn.
Second.
All right,
All in favor?
Aye.
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 all right, thanks, guys.
Good
Sorry,
night.
that was a long one.
Good
Thank
job,
you,
everyone.
Charlotte. Thank
All
you,
right.
Charlotte.
Have a
Guys,
nice
have a good night.
vacation,
Charlotte.
Take care, guys.
You
Bye.
too.
All right, thank you, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.